starting at high noon here at Erzbergrodeo 2023.
Heinz Kindergartner will start the race as per tradition.
And a sprint from the start, but consider a 4-hour sprint the most difficult one-day hard enduro race there is.
Ten seconds.
And settle the nerves.
There you can see the water in the middle over there. A really bad place to be.
Hey, we are off. And lots of connection there on that first corner. Able to get the whole shot. And just getting out, as we mentioned, with that rain, visibility incredible compared to last year's assault.
That's Tristan Hart out in the lead. Looks like that might be Andrea Verona second.
So just a mad scramble getting out, and check the speeds right now. Beautiful shots from the live drone there as the rest of the first 50 getting out of the pit.
That was Billy Bolt coming on the inside. I don't think he had a very good start there, but everybody wants to get out into the forest first to avoid those big bottlenecks. They're the second row lining up now.
And now that second row, a chance for Graham Jarvis to enter into the fray.
So the race is headed out to Wasserleitung again. We should pick them up and see the order will start forming, see who's in front.
And great to see. You talked about just the quality of track right now with a little bit of that rain. Talking to Bolts and other competitors, they say this is a mountain that loves precipitation. So visibility great right now, but just check the blistering speeds. Just a little over a minute into this 4-hour race. So a pack of 4 leading the way as they'll head over to Waterpipe, Wasserleitung. And the big question, it brings up a conversation with Verona, 4-stroke versus 2-stroke. For those new to the sport, Daryl, what are the upsides and downsides?
Well, I think on this kind of riding over here, the 4-stroke's got its advantages. And it's got a nice low down traction. It'll put power down to the ground. Slightly heavier than the 2-strokes. Just look at that. That's a really rough rock section. It doesn't look like much. So we've got 2 Red Bull helmets, 3 Red Bull helmets.
So about to release the Kraken on row 2. Again, some great aerial shots here as we're approaching that first checkpoint. And now row 2 is off. Keep your eyes peeled for Jarvis.
Picked up Paul Terrace there on the big T7. All about Graham Jarvis. He needs to get out of this quarry first on row 2. Remember last year he got bogged down. His fuel pipe actually came off on the start line last year, and he got disqualified for some outside help. That's Paul Terrace on the inside.
Yeah, you talk about
that big bike. Well, and that's Graham Jarvis on the inside.
Yeah, Paul Terrace on a 700. We're talking 2 and 4-stroke, but the weight of the 700, the Yamaha, just a beast of a bike.
Yeah, he's really worried about the forest section. He thinks he'll be okay everywhere else, but in the slippery forest on that big bike, yeah, he's really worried. A lot of rain came down last night.
You know, we talked about it in the opening show, just how great it is that you're seeing riders from all disciplines really start to kind of test their mettle with this mountain.
This is the ultimate test against man and machine, and everybody wants to conquer the Erzberg.
So now jumping out front, a pack of 4 leading the charge.
Okay, as they're going to the trees now, nothing too difficult here. They're going to make their way along the edge and make their way to Wasserleitung, where we should start getting official signs of the leaderboard. It's all about the first 2 rows, Pat. If you're not in the first 2 rows, the likelihood of you getting to the finish is really slim. I think that was Marcel Hirscher.
Yeah, Marcel Hirscher making his way up. Impressive. We were talking about it, how able to beat Graham, and it was really revealing, him getting interviewed about just what he laid out in prologue. He just said flat out, that is the fastest I can go. Anything beyond that, I'm not going to do. And that for someone that's used to going that fast on snow, it just says volumes of the level that the racing is and the speeds needed to do well in the prologue. Row number 3 making their way out of the pit.
Some riders going down. Everybody so far in the first 2 rows has got out the quarry really nice and cleanly. We've seen lots of action here up this uphill before, and in the next couple of rows we should start seeing a little bit of carnage. There we go. Guys are already getting stuck over there, piling up. This is what Erzbergrodeo is all about, man. These climbs are brutal. They don't look like much, but they're all hard. There we go. Once the line starts getting blocked up, then we start getting some serious action over there. Guys get jammed up, so yeah. It looks like Tristan Hart's in the lead, followed by Manny. And looks like Veroni in third.
Taking a look where they are on the mountain, that leading group, that pack of 4, just approaching Vasalaitun. So 2 water pipes, 2 options.
Tristan and Manny on the gas.
Quick look back by Tristan, the Canadian. And it's just maintaining that ferocious pace into that first checkpoint of 27.
I think that might be Will Riordan and not Tristan Hart.
Yeah.
There's Theodore Kabakchiev from the white.
So all competitors out of that first line, a very, very tight pack, still contentious. Going into that first of 27 checkpoints. Next one will be coming up Arena View into Rocky Raccoon. And it's interesting, Daryl, to reflect back. Back in the day, this first section was a huge challenge. Now, it's just a walkthrough for the sport's top riders.
Last year they made a bit of a twist in Vasalaitun, and it was too difficult for the guys to get up, and it stopped a lot of them from getting further into the track. So they made it a lot easier.
Next row making their way out. As you pointed out, Daryl, deeper we go back in the rows, a little bit more connection, carnage we expect to see. All these features start to back up with your typical Erzberg traffic. Just the agony. And so many of the riders, especially deep in the pack, privateers, it really speaks to the type of event Erzberg is. You have privateers, the juniors, everyone bumping bars together with the sports elite. We look at that leading group now approaching the other side of the reservoir. Used to be bathtub, and a look down, some great drone shots here. A Herculean effort on our production team. 27 cameras, helicam, drone cam. It doesn't take a village, it takes a city. Over 200-person team bringing you the coverage this year's Erzbergrodeo.
I think that is Tristan Hart in the lead.
So it looks like, yeah, incredible back and forth as Lettenbichler in the lead, followed by Tristan Hart. Verona still in that mix, dropping now to 4th. Osawi and just some lead changes on the fly. We expect a lot of that. As we talked about the depth of contenders, there's so much talent within the top 10, top 15, top 20. You throw the juniors into the mix, a little extra hunger. Tristan Hart still in that top now. Lettenbichler taking the lead as the next row is off. So looking back, a couple slow-mos of that start, just showing the intensity and melee.
There's some great shots of our front row start. Look at the lines on the left-hand side.
Yeah. And shocking.
It was Billy Bolt going down there on the, that's what happened to him on the start. That's why he fell back. Billy Bolt went down. Not a place you want to crash, not that early in the race.
Well, one of the reasons that all the fans love Billy Bolt too is his, I wouldn't say reckless approach, but it's all or nothing. Just qualifying is a feat in itself. Finishing, that's a whole other story.
Well, there's still a long way to go, you know. This race hasn't even started.
Really fortunate that we got the rain that we did. In terms of visibility, we were, I think, expecting, like 2 days ago, expecting a little bit different story coming out of those starts.
But I think the day is perfect today. Doesn't look like there's any rain looking outside. The track's going to start to dry up a little bit, but for sure it's going to stay wet in the forests. Those sections I had a look at around Cuckoo's Nest are going to become really, really difficult.
So the Zentrum Amberg, the next feature, that leading group, some incredible back and forth with Manuel Lettenbichler, Tristan Hart, and the rest of the field. Ozawi staying in the mix, but love to see how tight this battle is. We've seen too, Manny actually enjoys that ability to reel in and stay with someone, staying in pace.
Yeah, you can see what your competitors are doing. Keep your eyes on them and watch them. Look, maybe they've taken a wrong line and you can choose a better line. It's all about staying at the front before you get into those really difficult sections. Zentrum Amberg, you've got that really, really steep uphill. They're going to turn right. It used to be Three Kings. And, you know, you've got to commit 100% at the bottom to get all the way to the top. It's quite rutted. There's quite a steep finish to it. Yeah, and you're going to turn around at the top and come back down.
Talk about that in terms of the lead up. On that first section, you get a little bit of a run in.
That's Tristan Hart going through there. Closely followed by Manny. Ozawi in third. A Nigeria GP World Champion, Baroni in fourth. Billy Bolt's made up nicely. He's in fifth at the moment. Theodore Kubakchev in sixth. Colton Heck in seventh. Matty Green in eighth. William Hoare in ninth.
So talking about Matty Green, it brings us into the junior discussion. How about the talent that we're seeing? Just, is that testament to the future and the growth of the sport?
Nice shot of Theodore Kubakchev coming through there. There's Billy.
But these juniors, it's pretty impressive.
It's so good. I mean, we've got the young guns coming through now, and there's a whole bunch of them. We're going to talk quite a bit about them today. We've got Klim helping them, getting involved with the juniors. Billy Bolt is their mentor. And Billy was telling me that there's a whole host of them coming through, and we're going to be talking about them a lot today. Matty Green just won the first round in Extras, currently leading the Junior World Championship.
Unbelievable. As we look at the gaps between our top three, narrow margin. Tristan Hart still out in front, but Lettenbichler a mere 15, 20 feet behind, staying in step with Hart, the hungry Canadian.
This is a hard enduro motocross at its best, Pat. I can tell you now, these guys are just doing everything they can to get away from the pack and get an advantage. They need to clean every single section. Each time they get stuck, it just sucks a little bit of energy, and they want to save as much as they can because the second half of this race is going to be brutal.
This is where things get a little bit more technical for those coming up. Bottlenecks on the top of Zentrum Amberg.
So close, but yet so far. And, the camera just doesn't do these climbs any justice. That's like really, really steep there. Hard to get your bike up over that last little piece. Getting nicely roosted there. Diego Vieira from Portugal on his gas. Trying to push his way out. Sometimes it's better to turn around and go back down to the bottom and start again.
Just feet away from the top of the arch.
Just losing time. That clock's ticking. So many bikes have passed him. He's up and over. There we go. That's what the ruts I was telling you about, and they're only going to get worse.
And with each of those features, you're just checking into the reservoir of stamina and strength. And by the time you get to something like Carl's Dinner and the other features, you're just completely spent.
This may look easy on camera, but it's really, really difficult, and that's where you don't want to be. Running all the way down, you've got to miss the guys that are coming up. Wait your turn again, and try clear it.
So Tristan Hart still out front, followed by Lettenbichler. Now Tristan Hart, FIM currently in 4th, AMA Extreme Champion back in 2021, and the remaining rows taking off 15 minutes in.
Oh, running really wide around the Red Bull boy.
So the final 5th row of 50 there.
And that's only 250 competitors in, Pat. We've got another 5 rows to go, another 250 competitors. And they've already gone down right at the start of this rocky climb, blocking the way.
And Manny and Hart still at it. Hart in eye shot of Lettenbichler. So we can see them approaching the next feature up. Just shows you just the vastness of this course, 22-mile plus course.
Okay, they headed into some really difficult forest sections. They're going to go through Ludwig's Land, Drive-Away, Repository, Spotlight. It's an area in the forest that's really, really slippery, and it's very rutted, very, very difficult with some big steps in the way. So it's going to be, there's old Bolt in the screen, doing a great job for us there.
Yeah, we'll be checking in with Bolts throughout the competition. I want to encourage everyone to get on the Red Bull TV app and jump on the virtual ride of this course.
It's going to be super interesting to see who comes out first at the crossing, which is after the forest section.
Yeah, if we look at, just the distance traveled already, just under 9 kilometers for Tristan Hart. And Bolt steady and climbing now just outside the top 3. So Billy Bolt showing that ability to reel it in. The discussion about what's at stake for each competitor, you make that row of, the first 500 that are allowed to compete on game day here. But for an amateur, just getting past the first 2 features
is already an accomplishment. That's Johnny Walker coming through there, looking really good. Not as high up as he wants to be. He's going to try catch the leaders.
Johnny Walker coming back solid from injury. Says he's not at 100%, but was looking awfully spry, awfully fast in the prologues.
He was so amped to ride this morning. He just wanted to get on his bike. I've never seen him so excited before.
Little moto froth in the paddock, for sure.
Johnny wants another win here, I can tell you now. But he's got his work cut out for him because the talent in front of him, man, it's just so insane, the talent we have here this year.
We were talking about before we came on air, you look at years previous, and it would be 1 to maybe 4 people that were in the discussion. Now the discussion is 10 to 15 deep.
Yeah, I got the top 10, and I couldn't choose one, It's like really anybody's race. However, Manny and Tristan are out there in front, and man, they're going to motocross the whole way. They're going to stay together until something happens. But Let's see who comes out the forest. I'm super keen.
Well, if it's any indicator, the raid on Eisenares, I spoke to a lot of fans, a good chunk of those fans rooting for Tristan Hart. So for good reason, as we see he's off to a great start. That leading group, still a tight battle for first and second between Manny Lettenbichler and Tristan Hart.
This is the forest section I was telling you about. To see how many of those tiers they have to climb, they are brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. You've got to clean each one of those. If you get stuck, you end up pushing. The lead can change there. Let's see what happens.
Well, and I think, too, we've seen in years past, the first hour of competition by no means is an indicator of how the podium is going to end up. Still so much mountain to tackle here.
You know, they say it's not over till it's over, Pat.
Yeah. And a couple of adjustments on the approach to Erzberg this year. No help throughout the entire course, and not allowing the competitors to walk the course.
That's right.
Yeah.
So nobody had a look. Nobody's been able to pack any routes or anything like that. The crew are not allowed to follow them. They've got a tank point.
And we've seen that too in Carl's dinner, where you know, someone in their crew kind of mapping out the line, trying to avoid those holes.
And a lot of riders are happy for it because it makes it fair for everybody.
And the rows of the remaining 500 continue to unload as the battle for the top of the pack still tight and contentious with Tristan Hart, Manny Lettenbichler.
You can see how hard that is. I mean, our top line just blitz through that. They make it look like a gravel road, really. And we can see now, I mean, the level at the moment in hard enduro has the highest level that I've ever seen. Keeps on progressing. The bikes keep getting better. And I took a ride out there yesterday with Bolts, and I had a look at some of the stuff, and I can tell you now, man, it's absolutely insane.
Did you get a chance to feel the dirt in a way?
I did. I bit it hard. I must be honest. I was cartwheeling all the way down. I got it wrong on one of the climbs, and I got a fresh taste of Erzberg dirt.
It's good to know, even even these days. This mountain definitely has a humbling factor.
I was well and truly humbled yesterday. Another humbling section is this. This is what I'm talking about. It is super difficult to get through this.
Yeah, the upside of that rain is the visibility factor in the bottom of the pit, the Coliseum, if you will, but making things that extra slick. All those routes.
Manny's in front.
Yeah.
Okay, so Manny's just ahead of Tristan now.
Oh, wow.
Coming through the middle there, he's going to upset the pack.
So now Bolt moving into second with Tristan Hart, but we've seen this before, the back and forth with Lettenbichler and Bolt.
Two's company, three's a crowd. They're not going to like this.
Taking that moto methodical approach, both Bolt and Lettenbichler are so precise the way that they can navigate these technical sections, and Tristan Hart still in the mix here.
We've seen Billy Bolt dominate the Super Enduro, and it's no surprise that he's there. He's going to blitz his way. He's not going to be happy till he gets into front, into the lead. Carnage, absolute carnage. The guys are not making it coming down. They're going to start jamming up the up line and block Marcel Hirscher.
And just trying to make it on that first climb. Yep, Zentrum Amberg and
that's not good.
Walker.
The top's being blocked. There's Marcel Hirscher.
Yeah.
I think he's going to try and turn it around and go back down, or is he? How close is he to the top? Is he going to make it, do you think? No, I think he's going to go back down and try again.
So great to see the passion and the love of moto from Marcel Hirscher, two-time Olympic gold medalist.
A lot of people will come and try the mountain once and they won't come back, but here's Marcel. He's not going to give up until he gets to the finish line.
Curious to see how Hirscher is going to handle the snow later on the course.
Yeah,
there's a section that there's still a wide patch of snow that one needs to navigate.
And it's we come out of the forest and it's on a steep downhill. We saw Wade sliding down there a couple of years ago. And yeah, I'll be keen to see what Marcel does there.
Hirscher trying to get some run up here.
Okay, we saw the guy jammed up at the top just now, so if he doesn't have a clean run, he's not going to get out. Let's hope that it's open for him.
And the bottleneck starting to snare up. Centrum Amberg. Hirscher, second attempt here.
He's got some good momentum. He's up and over, he's out. A little bit of a rut there, a little bit of pushing, but yeah, he's out Centrum Amberg. What a great effort. It's never too late, Pat. Maybe we should enter you next
Well,
year.
you know what? You talk about the progression of the bikes, the tires. Tires have made a huge difference. The bike evolution. And it is that sport. We were talking about before we came on air, back when you were competing, you would never dream of someone in their 50s. But you look at like Graham Jarvis, 48 years old, and the silent assassin is still a threat.
Yeah, to be riding at his age at this level is actually a phenomenon.
So watching closely, Wade Young, some dropping back and forth, but still it's Lettenbichler, Billy Bolt in second, Asawi in third, and Tristan Hart now just outside of the top three.
That Shoko coming through there. Could be Cody Webb. That's Cody Webb coming through there.
Utilizing that lengthy, tall frame. One of the...
David Cyprian, looking good.
And this was the section we saw a little tangle and a pass with Billy Bolt able to get into the mix, passing Tristan Hart. So now Bolt in the top spot as Lettenbichler falls, watching Cyprian make his way through that first forest section. And the distance between our leaders, Lettenbichler.
Letty's taking the lead from Bolt again. I think this is how it's going to be, motocrossing backwards and forwards.
An elastic lead change we expect, as we're only 26 minutes in, 4 hours allotted to finish Erzberg.
Last year's finish time was a little over 3 hours. It was brutal. So long way to go.
Well, we heard Rob Warner talking about being there at the finish line and just how mentally, physically exhausted Lettenbichler was. So where did it go right for Billy Bolt? Had that crash right from the get-go, but what did Billy do that enabled him to reel in the leaders?
Okay, this is where Billy goes down. Okay, so look how much time he lost there. Look how many bikes passed him. How did he make that time up?
It was Billy Bolt.
Okay, there's Billy coming out at Central Mumberg. Carving his way through the field.
And right here was the pass where he joined the party, passing Tristan Hart, and now it's a Manny Billy Bolt show on the lead. Billy Bolt, eyes on him.
All right, so he's behind Manny. It's Manny and Billy.
And been so enjoyable as a fan watching these two, such a healthy rivalry. Billy, no stranger to the top of the podium, but he has yet to find success at Erzberg.
37% through the course at the moment. 13.5 kilometers traveled of around 32 kilometers. Tristan Hart's dropped down to 4th. And Alzawi's moved up to 3rd. Okay, Verona there, getting stuck. So, big difference between Classic Enduro and Hard Enduro. He got out the quarry really well, starting to drop back a little bit now.
Well, it brings up the discussion. 14 seconds faster than anyone else on the prologue, but it's that 4-stroke, 2-stroke conversation, not as nimble on the bike, and that's where it starts to get that much more difficult.
But look at the way Manny and Billy are handling these bikes. There's definitely a massive step between Classic Enduro and Hard Enduro. And that's why the sport commands so much respect. Anybody that rides a dirt bike and does this kind of riding will know what it takes. And if these sections look bad, times it by 5, times it by 10. They are really, really difficult.
Yeah, just the deft approach and almost the light way that they're able to navigate this. It's very, very deceiving.
Really putting a little bit of a gap there. Machine used to be the start of the old no-help zone, but now the entire course is a no-help zone. I mean, the level has just gone up so much. These guys don't really need help. It's all about the track builders, though, to try to design a course now that's going to suit these riders.
Well, we talked about it at the top of the show. Carl Katash always, every year, trying to one-up. You know, the one year that we had the ties, he thought too many people finished, but it's finding that balance. You want to showcase the sport. You don't want to make it too tough where you don't have anyone finish Erzberg.
There's Wade Young over there having a little bit of a push out of that section.
Wade Young.
What is Tristan Hart up to? Also struggling a little bit.
5.
Yeah, Manny and Billy are pulling a little bit of gap. They got out of this section really cleanly.
Yeah, the difference when you watch the sports elite, the way that they're able to navigate through these sections. Yeah, just the acumen. They're so shrewd about finding their lines, keeping that forward momentum.
Alzawi going into machine now.
Yeah, the Polish rider, 23 years old. And a great shot here on this feature here, as we can see both riders stuck in this section. There's a lot of discussion about this area.
There's Theodore Kubakchev, coming into the frame at the bottom there.
Yeah, what they were going to do to change it up. All these riders completely blind coming into the course this year. Normally they'd allot some time and days for them to walk certain sections.
Look at Wade Young going past Theodore Kubakchev, making up some really, really good ground. Johnny Walker just behind him.
Cagey, South African.
That was a good line. Wade wants to win this. He wants to get out in front. So Alzawi is our 2022 Super Enduro Junior World Champion. No stranger to Erzberg. 4th overall. Michael Volkner has also moved up into 5th place. Wade Young just behind him in 6th.
So now Alzawi just out of the top 3. Tristan Hart in 3rd, Billy Bolt in 2nd for the moment. And there's a look, eyes on our leader, Manuel Lettenbichler, defending champ. Overall, FIM Hard Enduro World Champ, and wants to go back-to-back here at Erzberg. And Wade Young, we talk about the comfort, the confidence that we sensed from him in the paddock earlier, but how about this pass, Daryl? What do you make of it?
Just a unique line. I mean, that's an insane line that he took there.
It's that smart South African approach.
Yeah. If you make a mistake, you leave the door open, somebody's going to take it.
A notable mention, too, Wade Young looking extra healthy, been very, very focused on the regiment, the training component.
It's everything. You've got to have the whole package here. You've got to eat right, you've got to train right, you need your sleep. Most of all in this race, you need a little bit of luck.
Yep. And notable mention, too, with Wade Young, Roof of Africa winner in 2022, a race that you know about.
Mario Roman getting into a bit of trouble over there.
Little surprised to see this from Roman this early on.
That's what you don't want to be doing, pushing your motorcycle, sucking that energy.
So Mario Roman currently in 13th place. And
that's not where he wants to be right now.
But the Spanish rider's been on a tear. The 32-year-old has been finding success on multiple podiums for Mario Roman. One of the favorites going into today's event. But when you have the likes of Billy Bolt, Manny Lettenbichler, and now Tristan Hart really battling it out for the top 3, doesn't make things any easier. And you guys remember the crooked elevator, this same location, and as we pointed out, the course different every year. We're on a working mine. Sometimes you come back, a whole section is completely green hell, completely buried.
We used to ride up the elevator on the left-hand side and zigzag our way up, and at one point we had to switch back and jump across it. And everybody was always terrified because if you slid down, you would probably end up at the bottom of the mountain.
How wide were your eyes wide open when you first laid eyes on Erzberg? You came here from riding in Africa and other events.
No, it's intimidating.
Yeah.
When you, there's Matty Green, the first of our juniors coming up there. He's in machine at the moment. He's been living in Italy. He rides for the Rigo team. He's been living in Italy for the last 3 years. He won the junior championship last year and currently leading it after Extras.
And following this year, going pro out of the junior ranks?
Last year in juniors, yeah. He had to be 21 still at the 1st of January this year. Maddie's 22nd now, so it'll be his last year in juniors. Okay, there's another Brit coming through there. All right, so that's Will Hoare coming in there. So also a super young talent out of the UK. He was the first guy that didn't finish last year. He finished 9th overall at the 2022 Erzberg, missing it only just.
Yeah, you'll be on course. After 4 hours, you'll hear the siren sound, which means everyone out of the mine, time to come home. 4 hours. What an incredible task to work your way through this beast of a course.
Colton Haker's there coming up just behind him there.
And Colton Haker, he's a hellion on all things two wheels. Doesn't matter what format, what discipline. One of the promising Americans.
I think Colton's won the prologue before, actually. Super fast, super good in endurocross.
And back at Zentrum Erzberg, and we anticipate much more of this.
Chaos. I think this is where a lot of guys' race is going to end. To get up there is really, really difficult. So, and being blocked at the top, if your line is blocked and you're 3/4 of the way up, go back down and try again.
And just insult to injury, getting pelted on the lower side.
Have a rock sandwich. All right, so the guys are going to be heading now in towards Cuckoo's Nest, which is probably the hardest forest section that I've seen so far. And normally they bunt it off so that there's only the bad line. So I think this is going to be the hardest forest section now.
And it jumps us back to the discussion. Lettenbeckler and Bolt still a fighting, going back and forth for that top spot. But they haven't laid eyes on Cuckoo's Nest, so everything is a complete new approach. How much of an advantage do you have when you've looked at a section and you've been able to eye some of the lines beforehand?
No, loads, because if you go into a section fresh and you have to make a split-second decision on the right line, and if you get it wrong, then you're going to have to go back down again and you can lose a position.
And Tristan Hart looks like, from our perspective here, trying to reel in and jump into the mix, the top two spots.
There we go, 438 meters behind the leading pair. That's a long way in these forests. Michael Wagner, not as good as a start as he had last year.
Well, you know, one of the Austrians' greatest hopes here at Erzberg, Wagner, a veritable rock star when it comes to his performance at Erzberg, but just wants to find the finish and eventually the podium here, but almost back in 17th for the moment, but we're still so early in this competition.
So Vulcan there, machine. This is Verona in the picture now, Andrea Verona. our World Enduro champ, and you can see how difficult it is.
Well, you know, it brings discussion. One of the fastest, and was the fastest this week, but when it comes to the tenacity, the grit, and that trials approach to these sections, it just takes everything out of you.
Also, the classic enduro that he's been used to racing, you've got cross tests and you've got extreme tests, quite explosive, and they need to make every second count. Completely different to this.
And just remember, he's only 39 minutes into this race and realizing the savagery that Erzberg is.
Yeah, I'm super chuffed that he's actually doing it because, you know, for somebody like him, he doesn't want to get injured, and he's giving it a go, and hats off to him. I think it's fantastic. There's Brett Swanepoel from South Africa there on the Sherco, and he's closely followed by Jack Price from the UK. There's Graham Jarvis coming through now from the second row.
Now watch Jarvis. He'll slowly but surely take that steady approach. I call him a fast tortoise because he just comes out of nowhere.
And this is the problem now. He's getting caught up. You can see that he wants to go and he's losing time here. So that's the disadvantage from starting on the second row.
Let me ask you.
There we go. He's making a move there and he's through.
So as he passes with Verona, the discussion about Verona, as fast as he is, what would it take for him to even come close to be on that level of the sports elite when it comes to hard enduro on a mountain like this?
Well, he would have to stop what he's doing and just do hard enduro and concentrate on that. You know, but at his age now and where he is, world champion, he's going to carry on doing the classic enduro, see how many titles he can win, and then one day maybe he might decide to go into this.
So still leading the charge, Bolt, Lettenbichler.
They're nearing the top of the prologue now, which means they're out of the Cuckoo's Nest section. They're making really short work of the course. They're carving it up like it's like a gravel road, and they're getting onto the gravel road. Short little transition section.
You know, we expect this rivalry to continue between Lettenbichler and Bolt. The great news for both of these riders, healthy, focused. It was really frustrating any Billy Bolt fans out there when he was dealing with those injuries, and Herschel checking in back with him. Slow and steady, Marcel Hirscher. Another checkpoint, and he's onward. Yeah. It's great to see these athletes jump from a sport that they've dominated and just have the humility and the willingness to jump into something as challenging as this.
And the sports are so completely different from what he's done and excelled in to come over to this, which is the complete opposite.
Cross-training on the ultimate level.
Our pros should be going now into Chris's Stone Party, so that's the next really difficult section. So super excited to see what that's like.
And these downhill sections too, awfully deceiving.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at that.
Just the incline.
Just trying to see who's in picture there. Is that? That's Graham Jarvis. He hasn't made it up. He's got to go back down. Somebody's blocked his line on the crossing. That's not good. That's not where he wants to be. Okay, so he'll just try to turn around and go back down. Try again. It's getting, I mean, super frustrating when you're in that position.
Yeah, frustrating for Graham Jarvis there, but we'll keep eyes closely on Jarvis.
He may have given up one or two positions that he made in the bottom end of the forest, but it's hoping to clean it this time.
We've seen it so many times with Jarvis, though, as we get to those more technical, just grueling sections, Jarvis just takes, one rider after one rider and slowly can work his way to the top.
All right, let's see if he can make it up this time. No, that's not Graham. You can see the lines are blocked over there, so he'll be waiting for an open line before he heads up.
So the top three haven't changed. A little back and forth between Bolt and Lettenbichler. Kristen Hart still in third place, and Wade Young as Graham Jarvis smoothly up and over. He'll continue on.
All right, so the leading group should be going into now into Chris's Stone Party. There we go. That's what I was talking about.
And getting warm and fuzzy with these two. Bolt right on top of Lettenbichler.
Yeah, as long as they can see each other, they know where they're at. This is the lead.
And a chance, too, when you're sitting in that second position to watch what's working for Manny. Also want to keep moving, want to keep that momentum rolling. Watch that front tire going in any holes in front of you.
And those two at that level, if they're struggling like that, then you must know how difficult it is. I walked up there a couple of days ago, and it's really steep, big boulders. Billy's back wheel's just dropped into one now. There's no line, and nobody's been there packing rocks.
Right here, Chris's Stony Party.
And at this stage of the race, it's all about managing your heart rate. So Billy just took a little bit of a breather there. Just trying to manage that heart rate, Pat. A couple of seconds here and there just to get the heart rate down again.
When did you realize, in terms of, like, obviously with this race, but with the trials influence really became the hugest factor? Those riders with the trials background were the ones that were starting to lead the charge.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious when I was doing it. We had off-road experience. We were used to going fast. We never had trials bikes really at home. And like Wade too, he didn't start off on a trials bike, where a lot of the Brits, that's where they started with the Scottish 6 days and things like that.
Well, you've got that traditional, the trials. I mean, it is, when you talk about hard enduro, it's like whatever nature delivers, hard enduro rides it. You have to have every tool in the moto toolbox.
So lots changed over the years. We're running super gummy tires now. There's all the different manufacturers have got different rubber that they use, different carcasses.
Explains the moose factor as
Soft
we take a look at
mooses.
some highlights from Vasalatum.
This is Graham up Vasalatum. Oh, somebody going the wrong way, getting stuck in the tape.
So earlier today at our first checkpoint, as things continually get harder and harder for the rest of the pack, Erzberg delivering doses of humility throughout the field.
Don't come here with a big ego, you'll be humbled quickly.
Yeah, we anticipate much more pileup and much more carnage looking at the deeper in the pack, but a great shot of our two leaders here.
This next section they're running into now is called Udo's Playground. This is where we saw Michael Volkner last year come into shot. They ride along the side of the mountain for a couple of 100 meters, and then they're faced with another steep rocky climb, and it's got some big ledges in it. Gnarly downhill. If they're getting off their bikes, you must know how steep it is. Billy stayed on the bike. He's looking for another line. He's going to the right.
Wow, with that.
Made an awesome pass on Manny there.
Yeah, Lettenbichler taking a slower, methodical approach, stepping off.
The risk of going over bars and breaking a lever sometimes not worth it. But, I mean, Billy, that is stupid steep. Now, this is the section, one of them, they haven't ridden it, they haven't walked it before. And in the past, maybe the guys would have packed a rock here or there. So towards the top of this, there's a really steep step, almost 3/4 of a meter high. That's going to be interesting for me as they start to get out of Udo's Playground at the top.
And you can see Manny just trying not to get tangled in the tape. A very, very tight.
And you can see there it's taped off, so they're making the guys go up and around a couple of times.
Yeah. And the love of the sport personified in the pileups we're starting to see.
Yeah, I did something like that yesterday. It's so easy to get these times wrong.
Wait, whose bike are you on?
Yeah,
Okay.
I borrowed a bike from KDM, so I don't think they're too happy with me, but not too much damage, luckily.
Well, got eyes on Billy Bolt and Lettenbichler. And Tristan Hart now in fourth, just outside of the top three.
Looks like Michael Valkener's in third, so we'll have to see who comes into picture next.
Well, Wagner, the 25-year-old Austrian phenom, if he can maintain and stay pace with these two, it would be huge, a shot of adrenaline.
Well, there's a 53%, they're 53% through the course now, but by no means are they finished. The harder stuff is yet to come.
It's that slow and steady approach for Bolt.
Try not to make any mistakes. Try to preserve yourself, your body, and your machine. Just having a quick look back to see where Manny is.
And you could sense a little extra hunger talking to Billy this week. How badly he wants to find the top spot at Erzberg.
He's definitely not going to make it easy for Manny.
No, some good challengers, and as we look back with Wagner and Tristan Hart, with Wade Young just rounding out the top five.
We've got Cody Webb on his way, Sonny Gogia, Kabakchev, Olzawi, and Alfredo Gomez is coming to the top 10 now.
Cody Webb, one of the true American hopefuls here at Erzberg. Such a talented rider.
Cody took 10 months off to recover from a knee injury, and he came back and he won the King of the Motos last year. So he's in quite good shape. He's not quite there yet, he says, but definitely a contender for today.
So the gap is slightly opening up. Still some movement within our top 10. As Bolt
on their way to the uphill I was telling you about, so they're going to kind of like go around the corner a little bit. There we go. This is the start of the brutal uphill.
give you a good look of how far back. Now, where's Manny as we see Bolt? And there's Manny, just the bottom of your screen. Not too much distance. He's going to take a slightly different line here.
So this makes quite a big difference. If the riders haven't had a chance to look at it, they won't know what line to take. Manny doesn't really know what the best line is, so he's just going the best way that he thinks. And I think he's changed his mind now. That's going to cost him a lot of time. That's not good. He's going to come back down and he's going to hug the fence line like Billy did.
I realize he actually has to stay on the rider's right of the left fence line.
That's costing him time. That's not good. He's not going to be happy with that. It looked like there was a pathway there. Ended in nothing. That's going to allow Billy to pull a bit more of a gap.
Trying to figure the route in real time. But wow.
Did you see that launch up there? You've got no idea how steep that is.
Well, the fact that Lettenbichler was able to move just even through that 20-foot section there that quick, and he has not seen this section yet.
So where Billy is now, there's the first of the two big ledges that I was telling you about. And if Billy Bolt's pushing his bike, then you must know how difficult it is. The second one is at the top there, where you see the last bit of bunting on the right-hand side. There's the second hole. It's a big ledge. And I think the guy's going to be pushing up there. I think Billy's on his way to it now. He's almost there.
And Bolt doing a great job continuing that movement. And wow, just like that, Manny Lettenbichler.
There's Paul Bolton on the ground with a cam.
We'll be checking in, getting footage and updates from Bolts in the field. Bolt just getting covered there. As Billy, hits the gas on that. But
It looks to me like they've taken that big ledge away. It's not there anymore.
I mean, this just illustrates
move.
Lettenbichler, his ability to reel in that distance.
Yeah, he's almost made the time back that he lost. He doesn't want to lose sight of Billy Bolt, that's for sure.
And it should be noted, we're watching two of the sport's best, the leaders, the elite, and how difficult it is. Now you take that as we look from Paul Bolt and looking back at Manny and Billy Bolt still up top.
Wow, look at the time Manny's made back on Billy. Almost came out there together.
Getting to that checkpoint. And now Manny having to navigate this one last huge step. Massive. But a lean. So good news for Alfredo Gomez, previous winner here, now cracking into the top 10. So we were surprised too, just to see him falter, and was a little farther back. But this is what we've seen. Slow and steady is the route here at Erzberg. Anything can happen with our leaders here. One mishap, one reroute.
I want to see the gap now that these two have pulled on. Our next rider is going to be Tristan Hart, and Michael Wagner is up there. He's made his way back up into 4th place. Wade Young in 5th. Alzawi's dropped back to 6th.
Well, Wagner, Austria's hope for the future in hard enduro, just to make the podium would do wonders for hard enduro in Austria.
It's not Michael Wagner, it's Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker's in 4th, my apologies. With Tristan Hart, so Johnny Walker has really made up a lot of time. That's what we want to see. Johnny was so excited this morning. He's going to be super happy to be in 4th right now.
So back at Centrum Amberg, the theme is pile up.
Now Michael Wagner's dropped back to 14th place at the moment. Medi Green should be around about 11th.
Now Tristan Hart still holding on to 3rd place. Now approaching that line. We just saw Billy Bolt and Manuel Lettenbichler decisively move their way through.
Graham Jarvis at the moment is around about 16th place. It's going to be super interesting to see how he manages to make his way through, to what level Graham can get.
And safe to say, it's going to be these sections, Daryl, that are really, as we see Tristan Hart's mom.
I love the heart on her necklace.
She was down at the raid at Eisener's in the streets, in the festivities, showing support.
I've never seen the raid on Eisener's. It took 2 hours and it still didn't finish. It was absolutely insane.
It was next level this year for sure. So Tristan Hart, 25-year-old.
Tristan podiumed here last year.
Yeah, and then we should point out too, in terms of momentum, the mental momentum and just where he's at physically, just missed the podium at X-Ross in Serbia.
The back of the screen there, the top of your screen now, you can see Johnny Walker coming into the mix.
And Walker, talking to him this week, he talked about his climb back from injury, was really, really focused on the regimen and making sure all the PT, all that hard work, that it was all for naught. And sometimes that's the best way to be in mindsight, when you have just more, I would say, relaxed expectations, because he did, like, how excited was he putting on the kit this morning as we were walking through the paddock?
I've never seen him so excited. He was almost screaming. He was like, yeah, I'm ready to go, I want to go. Wade Young's going to come. He's next, so I want to see what the gap is between Johnny and Wade. He's looking back. I've got a feeling Wade Young's going to drop into the mix quite soon. These guys are just preserving the energy right now. None of them have seen this before. Well, not this year anyway. They would have normally walked these sections, so trying to decide which line to take. If they make a mistake, they're going to be angry with themselves, and it's going to cost energy, which they don't want. They're taking the right line. We Manny decided to turn around and go back. That's the wrong line. They should be on the left-hand side of the barrier tape.
Wonder if he actually realizes that he's
he's turning around. He's busy pivoting the bike around. He's going to go down again.
I think we might see more of this. We saw Manny also go up Ryder's right and not hug that fence line.
Okay, so Johnny's going to make a pass here. He's got the right line, the right way. And Tristan's going to have to bring his bike back down, costing him valuable time there. There's the chute that he needs to go up.
And with every mistake, just the seconds add up. Billy Bolt still out front. Manuel Lettenbichler in second. And we just saw Johnny Walker move into third place right now. Trying to find a route. We watched Billy and Manny take a little bit.
They were a little bit to the left.
Hug that left line, yeah.
That's where Billy launched himself up and over. It's so difficult to see on camera because looking from the top, it looks flat. But believe you me, that is like a serious incline, and there's lots of big ledges and holes.
So we talk about these critical sections. The most ferocious, brutal one has to be Carl's Dinner. For more on that,
Hey
we
guys,
check in.
I have to say I've been talking to riders all week about Carl's Dinner, but none of it prepared me for this. Just getting down here was a challenge. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like to ride through. That is why Checkpoint 21 is the race equalizer, because not everyone can push past it. Only the best will make it through. As you can see here, they will be riding past these giant rocks and boulders. It's 3.7 kilometers, which doesn't seem like a long distance, but it's the level of difficulty that really makes it a challenge. I was talking to Paul Bolton earlier, and his advice for the riders is to be careful with the gaps, because once you fall into one of these holes, it's going to be very hard to get back out, and you're going to waste a lot of time and energy, which might cost you the lead. That is why anything can happen in Carl's Dinner. You have to be careful and choose your lines wisely, because Carl's Dinner will have no mercy on our riders.
Thank you, Elasna. Yeah, I'll tell you what. In terms of Carl's Dinner, the main entree, savagery. It's just brutal on the entire field. And you talk to a lot of the competitors, often they'll say, I just want to make it through. Very few do. And those that even make it through, by the time they do, it's under that just at the 4-hour mark.
Well, we're only in an hour now, and Billy Bolt is about to drop into Carl's Dinner. And we'll be able to see the whole race here. So they've got to go up and down 3 times on the different levels, and we should start seeing the whole race together in one place for the first time.
Still the top 2 spots, battling it out. Billy Bolt, Manuel Lettenbichler, defending champ here at Erzberg. And we see Johnny Walker, along with Tristan Hart, kind of going back and forth for that 3rd spot.
As Billy and Manny both drop down into a series of climbs that's going to take them down to the bottom of Carl's Dinner. They're then going to head up towards Double Fault before they get onto the top line of Carl's Dinner.
What do you make of just the pace these two are holding on to right now?
Well, it's insane. I never thought they would be this far in the race in the first hour. But they're motocrossing this. It's absolutely crazy.
Billy tapping into a little redemption.
Most people will get off their bikes and push down here. This is that steep. And to see Billy ride down that is quite something.
So it looked like that might have been Paul Bolton following Billy here, still waiting on Manny. So I want to keep correct here. Billy, by virtue of getting the top of that last section, was able to pull away, so widening his lead. Anything that can give you the advantage over this guy, Lettenbichler, will help.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a gap. Probably 30 seconds at this point as Manny drops down. Seriously under threat. He knows how good Billy is. He knows Billy's injury-free at the moment, feeling really good, and he's so good on the technical stuff. I'm dying to see Billy go through Carl's dinner now. Let's see what he makes of it.
Just locked up, sliding.
Didn't even make it look steep. A lot faster than Billy down there.
Perfectly navigated. No surprise there. Yeah, Lettenbichler has been awfully light this week. Has had bunny hop contest
This is the
in the
steep
pits.
one. Yeah, this is the steep one.
No problem for Lettenbichler.
Making it look super easy.
Yeah, such fearlessness. Incredible grit. And back to Udo's with Walker.
And Tristan, yeah, coming out there quite close together. So that's our race for third place.
It's going to go back and forth with Walker and Hart.
Tristan's got a little bit jammed up over there, so Johnny's got the jump on him.
And a good perspective. This last step, you were talking about just how massive these boulders are just to get to the top of this checkpoint as we watch Tristan Hart trying to muscle his bike up and over the last step.
I think not being able to walk these sections has really leveled the playing ground for everybody. So, you know, you can clearly see these guys don't know which line to take. So they've all tried different ways. And it's the luck of the draw, I guess, to choose the right line first time.
Tristan Hart doing an incredible job so far, just over the 1 hour mark of 4. That's allotted for this race. Billy Bolt still out front. Another checkpoint.
Billy's going to make his way up to double fault now as he enters the dinner. Named aptly double fault after Graham Jarvis got disqualified 2 years for missing the checkpoint.
Yeah, not to be confused with double fall or double fault line, but yeah.
So if Graham hadn't missed the checkpoint, he would be the most winningest rider here of all time.
He would, Tadej Blazusiak, eclipse 5 wins. It's just staggering when you just digest that. And speaking of staggering, this rock field is just a maze.
So again, riders haven't been able to walk this or pack any rocks, and the track builders have made a couple of little chicanes or zigzags over there. Billy going down, launched his bike up there.
You start to see this.
Not often we'll see a Billy throw his bike.
Carl's dinner technically tormenting. It is the ultimate equalizer. Watching the sport's best. And look at the distance now between Bolt and Lettenbichler. Right behind. Manny's starting to reel in Bolt.
This is all about rider fitness and technique now to clean all of these sections, not knowing what they look like. You know, they're going into each little turn and corner blind.
And it's been so great to see over the past few years. Manuel Lettenbichler basically taking a page straight out of his dad's playbook. Andreas, this is where he excelled. And Manny is so good at being precise, showing his prowess through these boulder fields, but Bolt keeping good pace, definitely putting the pressure on Lettenbichler.
And you'll see there's no runners this year. They're not allowed to run in front of the guys and show them a line. So, you know, just making that much more difficult and fair for everybody. They've got to find their own way through this boulder field. Talking to Andreas last night, Pat, he actually wants to make not a comeback, but he wants to come and do another Erzberg.
I heard that. He wasn't sure what year and what Manny, I don't know, maybe if they made a bet. He's like, you know what, you win 3, I'll come back maybe when I'm, 50 plus.
If I know them, it will be a bet of some sort.
I want to point out, Andreas Lettenbichler, right around the same age as, I believe, maybe a year younger than Graham Jarvis. So yeah, it is possible.
Yeah, I think Andreas will just want to come do it with Manny. As a father-son, I think to both get to the finish, I think will be fantastic for Andreas.
Looking back at our chasing group, just how far back they are from the lead group here.
All right, there's Theodore Kabachev in our picture on the left-hand side, Cody Webb on the right.
Yeah, the second chase group at Udo's playground. So a little bit of a pile up here.
I don't think Cody's complaining too much. A chance to just get the heart rate down a little bit.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Cody has the benefit, that tall frame. Kind of use those legs. And accessing maybe a little bit more challenging line that the shorter riders can't navigate. Well, Salwi and Kabachev just bookending Cody Webb right now, trying to make his way through.
So Theodore finished 4th in the overall Hard Enduro World Championship in last year, 2022, just behind Graham Jarvis.
Yeah. So Cody Webb caught up with him earlier. He's got, we always call him Captain America. I said it was more Evel Knievel on the kit, but either way, I think all the fans back in the States would be happy to see an American make the podium at Erzberg.
I think he has already got the podium. He was the first American to podium.
No, I'm saying today.
Yeah.
Don't want to sell him short here.
So in 2016, Cody was 2nd at the Erzberg, and in 2017, he was 3rd.
Yeah.
So 2 podiums for the American. Will he make it a 3rd?
Yeah. When you brought up that injury that he was battling, as we take a look at some serious pileup here in Udo's playground.
Matthew Green there, he's our first junior. Smack bang in the middle of your screen, number 22, just getting off quickly. Alfredo Gomez right behind him. And Michael Waltner behind Alfredo.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you're deeper in the field. Just the pile up. Now, Alfredo Gomez forced to sit and wait, losing valuable time. And Jarvis now watching.
Can you believe
shoulder
that?
Shrug.
So much time.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Graham Jarvis has entered the building. Now 12th place, starting from the 2nd row. Just let that marinate for a second. That is the level that Graham Jarvis rides at. He's just meticulous, knocking away one rider after the next. So, yeah, so 48-year-old has taken well over 48 people at this point.
That's incredible. I think he's had to work a lot harder than anybody else to do that, carving through the field. We saw him go down at the crossing.
There
we go, look at that.
Don't let the stoic, soft-spoken approach fool you by Graham Jarvis.
And we've got Alfredo Gomez and Graham Jarvis in the same shot, 2 rows apart.
Well, and we've seen Jarvis, too, in sections like this where it doesn't seem like there's any way around. He's super crafty when it comes to these tech sections.
Dominic Alzawi there just in front of Matty Green. There's a proper traffic jam building up there. So that's the kind of thing, like if Graham wants to get past him, it's almost impossible on that section, so that he will be losing time, obviously.
So you look at that chase group all the way, that's where they are back. You've got Johnny Walker, Hart, just behind our 2 leaders, Bolt and Lettenbichler. Still tightly contested between these two.
And Wade Young in 5th place at the moment. We could see how far back he was. He hasn't dropped into the gravel road yet to go to Carl's dinner. So there's quite a gap that's formed already. Let's just look at that. Billy Bolt.
Yeah, and it kind of forces a discussion. If these two left unchecked, almost impossible to catch, but not when you consider what's ahead of them. Knowing the course, you've had the advantage of looking at a lot of the sections. What could force a little bit of a falter from Manny or Billy at this point?
I think it's all going to come down to Motor X Highway. If the track builders have done anything there, we don't know anything about the track, but I've got a suspicion that maybe a Motor X Highway might bring us a surprise. They've got a new section after Motor X Highway in the forest. The track builders have done a lot of effort to make a nice line there. And then they're going to go down into the normal Dynamite and Lazy Noon before they head home. Lazy Noon is also going to be quite difficult this year. And Manny's just got his eyes on Billy Bolt. He doesn't want the gap to get any bigger than it is now. He's going to try his best to close it up.
Also can't get too reckless, force those mistakes. Trying to manage that energy conservation. Just, you can imagine the arm pump at this point. Talk about some of the things most of these riders are already going through as we're just over the hour mark. Physically, what's happening right now?
Well, if you've made a mistake along the way, then you would have already spent a lot of your. You've only got so much, right? In your tank, and as you go through this race, your tank starts getting emptier and emptier. So you have to conserve your energy. There's Johnny Walker now coming into the frame. He's going to drop down into Carl's dinner.
Just 12 minutes behind for previous winner here, Johnny Walker. Take a look at what is ahead of these riders course-wise. And Walker, the distance between him and Bolt, taking a good clip down this pitch for Walker. And Walker already passing the highest point of this course, 22 plus miles.
There's Billy going past the Lesnar now. She's our field reporter, doing a great job for us down there.
And talking to a lot of the riders yesterday, just how happy they are that temps are not scorching hot. Carl's dinner, when you see those high temps here in Erzberg, brutal. It adds a whole nother level of exhaustion.
Tristan Hart dropping into the dinner now.
So Tristan Hart just another minute behind Johnny Walker. So Walker gaining a little bit, but Hart staying in step still. Safely to say, a reachable elastic lead that he can reel it in. Watching Lettenbichler trying to stay in pace with Billy Bolt. And we're just at the second of 6 stops of the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship. Lettenbichler leading the charge, knowing that every stop is vital. But for Lettenbichler, you'd have to think it's all about trying to go back-to-back, adding your name to the history books, the legend status of doing well here at Erzberg.
I think of the whole calendar,
Yeah.
I think everybody's looking, everybody's watching. The most eyes are on Erzberg. The coverage we have here, the cameras we have out in the mountains, perhaps it's like no other.
We brought up the trials discussion earlier, but how do you specifically, a race like Erzberg, you hear a lot of people throw out, I've been training a lot, I've been doing this. Specifically, you can see a good in-picture.
Oh, look at Billy in the back.
Yeah, Billy
Look at
caught
Billy.
in a hole, but how do you train specifically for this type of competition?
Well, the only way to train it is to ride it. So you've got to find terrain that's similar to this and just keep practicing. Cardio and gym work is one thing, but if you don't come and ride this kind of stuff, you'll never get good at it.
So a heavy dose of self-punishment.
Yeah, you've got to come and do it. Absolutely. So Manny's busy watching Billy. You can see the gap. He's trying to see what line he might have taken, but I mean, up here, this is the kind of thing where the riders, they've got no idea where they're going. They haven't walked it, so
Yeah, it really forces your hand on how well versed you are at seeing those lines, having that perspective, the knowledge, that rider IQ.
because in the past, if everybody walked it, they would each throw a rock into a hole, and this is like virgin track. Nobody was allowed to come and walk it. It's purely the track builders that have laid it out, and it's probably 3 times more difficult than it would have been if they'd thrown some rocks into some of those sections.
Daryl, it's just staggering. You have to be the true Renaissance rider to do well here, all disciplines. We talked about the speed, how fast you have to be at the prologue. There's the technical endurance, the fitness, the legs, upper body. Every single aspect needs to be in check.
I like this because it's the same for everybody. So it really brings out the true talent of each rider and the skill set to be able to manage this and choose the correct line and make the most of it.
And then there's the mental aspect that I think fuels, especially you see it too with the juniors and a lot of the younger riders, that mental drive that has to be there. And clearly, Lettenbichler and Bolt have it. So 80 minutes of race time so far as both Billy Bolt, Manuel Lettenbichler trying to assess one of the most technical sections of Erzberg, serving up a good entree portion of humility, as we pointed out. But rows 5 through 10, this was their situation. And as expected, high speeds, carnage, and lots of contact. And very fortunate with the lack of dust on this start with that rain we got last night, Daryl.
And what a great shot we got of the Red Bull helicopter there.
That super slow-mo approach just showing, just coming out of the Coliseum of Carnage, no easy task. And as all those previous, or I should say the following rows start to stack up, it gets that much harder. Just making the top 500 from the 1500 is such a feat in itself.
And these 500, they're going to see how far they can get through the course. A lot of them know already they're not going to make it. Normally you have 10 or 20 finishes here at the Erzberg.
It's such a story of privateers as well. Yeah, everyone's racing their own race. And with each year, you come back and want to do that much better.
They come here for the festival of madness on this mountain.
Well, Udo's Playground has been a little bit of a decider so far. We saw some pile up with some of our top contenders. Graham Jarvis was entering the conversation. And this is where Graham just shines. Just a technical titan when it comes to navigating boulders. Incredible trials background. But I would say Graham Jarvis, psychologically, he's savage.
So Graham Jarvis just getting out behind Michael Wagner on Udo's Playground. That's the same place where Tristan Hart got stuck. So there's got to be some
it's that last
ugly hole there.
Yeah, that last big step. And guesstimating Jarvis about 25 minutes behind our leaders. Lettenbichler and Bolt, still a very, very tight battle, still in the midst of Carl's dinner.
25 minutes is a far cry to try and catch these guys unless there's something horrific at the end.
There would have to be a falter, but we've seen everything from mechanical to fatigue. So many things can set in.
But the pace of the young guns now is absolutely incredible to see what they're doing here through Carl's dinner. If you go and walk this, Pat,
I've been
you can't imagine a motorbike can ride through there.
Waist deep holes. a vortex of just pain and struggle, pure agony.
And the bikes have evolved so much. I mean, there's so much low-down power now. The suspension is amazing. And they've got to get that balance right between the torque. And, you know, these are the 2 strokes. These are 300s. And the power transitioning to the back wheel, you know, you've got to have the right rubber on. The mousse has to be, which is a solid tube, has to be the right softness. And the tire actually folds around these rocks and maximizes your traction.
And they always talk about keeping that momentum and not letting that front tire get caught in a hole, but easier said than done. You also don't want to move too fast.
This is all about being quick. You see how that little pivot, Billy just pivots the bike quickly. So the back tire is getting the traction, and it's all about your throttle and your clutch control and balance.
Carl's Dinner, year after year, serving up full servings of just the cruelty of Carl Katash.
So they're only on the top tier now. They're going back. They've gone all the way down one end. They've turned around. Now they're heading back, and they're going to drop down by double fault again and go along the bottom tier. So they're not even halfway through Carl's Dinner yet. And there you can see how big those gaps are, those holes. Oh, and Manny's down. This is how easy it is to hurt yourself. You saw how his foot got stuck in a between the 2 rocks, then his body twisted. You can blow a knee out.
Well, time and energy, just with that, has such a draining effect. And you'll hear a lot of competitors as they get into Carl's Dinner, those lucky enough to make it this far, when they get midway through, they think they're done.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you gotta head back the other way.
I can tell you this is the hardest that I've ever seen the dinner, just looking at it now. And a lot of it's got to do with the fact that there were no rocks packed in between these gaps. This is as raw as it can get. And it looks absolutely the most difficult I've ever seen it. And I think the riders will tell the same story when they get back at the end of the day. This is going to suck every little bit of energy out these riders.
Well, the struggle is real, and especially true for our amateurs. Centrum Amberg, as always, challenging all the privateers, weekend warriors, doing their best to make it as far through this massive course.
These steep climbs always deliver.
So close, so far for so many. And the faces tell the story. Just how difficult, but how tempting. One is willing to deal with the pain of Erzberg.
Well, the bike shops are going to do okay next week. I think they're going to be all lining up to go get new spare parts and plastics and everything else. But I mean, this is a place where the guys wait a whole year. They want to come and do Erzberg just to see how far they can get through this course. And
so do the math here. Last year, 295 out of the 500 made it to Centrum Amberg. If you make it this far and you look at the face of exhaustion, but within that face is, I'm a moto masochist. I like the pain, I like the struggle. Serve it up. They clearly want it. It is in the heart of every one of hard enduro enthusiasts out here. They don't want it easy, and by no stretch is it.
there was a Lawrence Hick from Austria getting out there. He'll be happy to be up. But he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, and you can see the fan base here just lining Centrum Amberg, getting first eyes on all these challengers. And it looks like Tristan moving into third. Walker now outside the top three with Wade Young in fifth. Getting some updates from the lead of the pack as we keep eyes on Zentrum Amberg, the rest of the amateur field. Mechanicals, fatigue, everything else setting in, you name it. No pit crews for most.
That's Thomas Hecker from Austria. Having some issues.
And the faces of these amateurs really tell the story.
So back in the day, you used to be able to get a rope up. Remember, they were throwing straps down and pulling the bikes up. So now that's all changed.
Have they said anything?
Have to get up under your own steam. There's Tristan Hart now. Body language looks like he's tired.
But Tristan Hart able, we saw Walker was in that third place position, so a little bit of a shift there. We'll have to get eyes on Johnny Walker, see where he's sitting, how close, if he's in eye shot of Hart. So a lot of momentum for Tristan Hart. Definitely starting to peak at the right time. Trying to build on that momentum.
He's trying to manage his energy levels. He knows he's in a safe podium spot at the moment.
I mentioned the fourth place finish at X-Ross in Serbia, and there's eyes on our current leader, having some difficulties for Billy Bolt.
I've honestly never seen Carl's dinner this difficult before. And if it's taking these guys this long to get through, then it's just proof of how brutal it is. This is honestly like a world trial section.
Carl's dinner, it's a buffet of brutality.
Well, it served up a good dose this year. But 1 hour 31 into this race, 3 hours last year.
It'd be interesting, too, to see the difference in pace as we look at Manny and Billy work their way through the last section of Carl's dinner, but how the rest of the field, if they're going to leave any chance for those sitting outside the top four, and another mishap for Bolt.
Billy's not going to be happy with that. And, you know, it's so easy to break a lever here, a clutch lever or a brake lever. It can ruin your race. The guys have just really got to conserve the bikes. To try to get through without breaking them.
As you start to zoom in, you see the size of the gaps.
Wade Young on the right-hand side, he's got to go all the way to the end and turn around when Tristan's already on his way back. So there we can see it's kind of like the gaps in time.
And one. So some gaps definitely workable at this point. And eyes back up on Wade Young. And what's your take on just body language? What are you seeing from Wade right now?
No, I think he's looking pretty good. I know how strong Wade is. He's an absolute animal. He's been training so hard. I think he's one of the fittest guys in the paddock. But he's just seen there, you know, how far away he is from the rest of the guys, and he knows.
Yeah, what does that do to your psyche when you basically put eyes and you do the math on how far back you are?
Well, it basically tells you how hard you've got to push if you want to make it to the front, and he knows he's got a long way to go. So if I was Wade, I would actually rather look behind me and manage the position behind me rather than what's in front of me.
Well, Wade Young, the youngest ever winner of Roof of Africa, a race that you've had success at. Another brutal race, but he was 16 years old.
Yeah, he's been the youngest ever winner of the Roof of Africa.
So we look at the difference between Wade Young right now, 62% of the course complete, and then Billy Bolt up there at 65. But just that 3% difference, how far that can set you back, especially when you're eyeing the lines of these boulders. Daunting task for Wade Young. Tristan Hart not stopping for a second. Been relentless on his pace.
Looks like he's doing a pretty good job of conserving energy and bike, picking his way through.
And it could be 2 straight podium finishes for Tristan Hart. If it were to end right now. But so far having a solid season on the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship.
Well on track for his second podium here at Erzberg.
But really throwing that bike around well as we look at Machine. Section that you've brought up more than once, Daryl. Concerned or looking forward to it?
Well, Machine is the, remember it was the beginning of the no-help zone back in the day. Marcel Hirsch is on Machine.
Yeah. So currently in 53rd, matching that of where he finished in the prologue, but everything from Marcel is basically a win in terms of where he is right now, doing an amazing job.
Yeah, lots of Austrian fans out there rooting for him. I think he's just going to try and see how far he can get around this course. He knows he's not going to finish it. So, yeah. 4 hours to do the course, 1 hour 35 into it. Pat, how many finishes do you think we're going to get today?
You know, judging by the amount just in Carl's, with that, what's a little kind of daunting is how fast we're at 1:30. You know, hour 36 right now. So it's a little deceiving. It's going to be how much stamina is left in the tank of the rest of the field. Ask me that in about an hour.
I think we're going to have a sub 3 hour finish, but it all depends on those last 2 sections. Mudderix Highway, the New Forest uphill, and Lazy Noon. So let's see what the rest of the day delivers, but it's by no means over.
So the riders are allowed to help each other. But you brought up the grappling hooks and the days of the past. Little different story.
And also no chase bikes. So a mechanic, for example, can't put a backpack on like they used to and chase after the rider. That's all forbidden now. And the line pointing, you know, that's been a big thing in the past, and that's not allowed.
Well, we were talking about the height of Cody Webb. He's got that long reach. Definitely probably an asset. You know, Hirscher 5'6", so a little bit more challenging, especially when you get into those holes.
Yeah. When you're climbing up those tall climbs and it's rocky like that, then the legs have definitely got a huge advantage.
So a good look at our zone here. Carl's Dinner with the leading group, chasing group of Hart, Walker, Young. So a tight battle for that third place between Walker, Hart, and Young, as we have eyes on Billy Bolt, current leader, as our own Paul Bolton, our intrepid Paul Bolton in the field. We jump on the Bolt cam.
Oh, that was a lovely hop across there.
You can't...
Billy's bike's looking nice, tyres looking good, things on the bike, no damages that I can see right now. But we can see way down there, Manny Lettenbecker is coming across, Carl's Diner number 3. And Billy is literally 100 metres to the finish of Carl's Dinner.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, you can't stop Bolt's excitement, but great reporting, Bolts. Great perspective there, and it really puts it into perspective when you look at the distance. And 40 yards, 50 yards doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're dealing with terrain like this, it can be a lifetime.
Yeah, that's a good couple of minutes. Johnny Walker, not quite sure where he is on Carl's dinner. We'll get some perspective just now. Currently in fourth.
Trying to reel in Tristan Hart. There was some great back and forth with Walker and Hart.
Johnny will do anything to get on the podium again here, so he's going to hunt Tristan Hart down. He better have his wits about him, because here comes Johnny Walker.
And really being deliberate, taking his time, really no other choice. But this section takes so much out of the bike, out of the rider. And trying to lead into checkpoint 23.
So Johnny was also the youngest ever winner at 21 years old at Erzberg. And he went on to win it in 2012, 2014, 2015.
Yeah, there was the crazy multiple year. We had a handful of people
And
help
also,
each other.
Also plagued by lots of injuries. Remember he broke his leg.
Yeah, so a good chance to take a look at where we are on this massive, vast course here. Look at that leading group of Bolton, Lettenbichler, and Hart, Walker, and Young just behind. And to take note, Hart, Walker, Young still have a lot of ground to navigate through Carl's dinner. From the air, it doesn't look like much, but every single foot, every single line that you're looking at takes so much out of bike and rider. Billy Bolt.
Billy Bolt is out of Carl's dinner now. He's going into the last bit of forest at the end. And he's going to make his way down to Motorex Highway. So it seems like it's so far into the course. It's almost like he's got the win in the bag, but we mustn't forget there's some really, really hard sections coming.
It's so difficult to tell out here because the gaps look big or small, but you can't tell because it's so difficult to get through.
So we had a little bit of audio.
Just having a moment.
Okay.
He's up, he's gone.
Thanks, Bolts. So we'll continue to check in with Paul Bolton. He'll be in the trenches throughout the race. Wade Young trying to pull in Walker. Hart still holding on to third. So a contentious pack trying to chase down Lettenbichler and Bolt, but they've been at a relentless pace.
So in 2013, Wade was the youngest finish of the Erzberg until Manny beat the record a year later. And then he was 16. And then Wade's best finish here at the Erzberg is fourth. He's got 2 fourths, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh.
And of what you know of Wade, where's he at mentally right now? Hunger factor, drive, is it all there?
I think in an all-time high.
Yeah.
I think he's riding incredibly well, and he's super fit. He's had a couple of issues in the last year. But yeah, he looked super excited about Erzberg, the lead up to it and everything else. Super well prepared, but you throw this terrain at anybody and he's doing a great job. He's still lying fourth.
And a quick look back on course with some of the AMs, Privateers, Weekend Warriors. Trying to tackle Machine. 11th checkpoint of 27. And sometimes you can really see a discernible difference between the sport's top riders and the amateurs
Yeah, this is where you'll really start seeing the big differences.
in terms of the finesse, able to work through these sections.
Simon Kus from Poland, number 83. I mean, don't take anything away from these riders. To get this far already, you know, all the forest sections and everything that they've done, most riders won't get here. I mean, they've done exceptionally well to get this far.
Just the persistency of these privateers and these amateurs, just staggering. The doggedness. So one by one, trying to work their way through machine. 1 hour 45 on the clock so far. As we take a look from above, and the rest of the pack as we go into that next section. Just a handful of challenges for our leaders.
So this is a great shot of the crossing, and this one is really, really difficult to get up. It's a little bit like Centrum am Berg, and you can see the guys there jamming up that top part. It's really, really difficult to get out here. If you remember a couple of years ago, Billy got it wrong in his first time up in the main race and he had to go back down. You've got to hit it absolutely perfect at the bottom, second gear pinned, maybe shift up into third and keep your momentum up all the way out. Otherwise you're going to be doing this and having to run back down.
So what's your instant takeaways of course so far? Nice balance being set. You mentioned in terms of Carl's Dinner, maybe one of the more difficult lines that we've seen ever in that section.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to cater for the riders at the moment, you know, to get that balance right. I think it's a good move that they haven't seen the track. It's fair for everybody, but it's super hard for them to gauge the level. How hard do they make it? And we're always scared that they make it too difficult and they make it impossible for the riders. Then it takes all the fun and excitement out of it again. So, I mean, I would hate to be a race organizer at the moment and try and set the level that they need for a world championship.
And what about this? You see, you know, two friends, two amps helping out one another. Maybe talk about the passion, the dedication needed to ride, you know, at the amateur level.
Well, not really just at amateur level. I mean, if you get to a hard enduro race, we've seen it before where the guys all help each other get through a section. The camaraderie and that is what draws us together as off-road and dirt bikers across all the different disciplines. Good people, great friendships are formed here, and that's really what it's all about. And when you're on the track, everybody wants to beat each other, so there's a great level of competition again where you put your friendship aside.
Well, we talk about the equalizer, Carl's Dinner. It's great visual here when you can see two riders, two different lines.
There's Graham Jarvis coming into our screen now, and we just saw Johnny Walker coming back on the left-hand side at the bottom of our screen. And I think that's Alzawi. That's Alzawi riding with Graham Jarvis at the moment.
Yeah, and if Alzawi's smart, he'll just stay on Jarvis's line.
Yeah, I'm super impressed by Alzawi at the moment, managing to stay with Graham here. And there's Alfredo Gomez just behind Alzawi. And Cody Webb is in the middle of our screen at the top, and Theodore Kubachev is just ahead of Cody. So this is a duel.
So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 nestled in Carl's Dinner right now. And able to take advantage on who's in front of you, trying to avoid those holes.
That's Theodore in the frame right now.
Theodore showing incredible strength just outside of the top 5 for the moment.
He's been doing a lot of races all over the world. In 2022, he won the Uncle Hard Enduro in Indonesia. He won the Panorama Hard Enduro in Romania. And he won the Sierra Hard Enduro in Mexico. So a young kid that's really, really been traveling a lot and got some incredible results.
There's still some time here for Cody Webb, a big task to catch up to our leaders. He's found the podium here before.
And he hasn't been at Erzberg for a couple of years, and he had that knee surgery last year. He was 10 months off. He's a dad. He's been racing for 27 years. And he was third in the 2023 World Super Enduro Championship. So Cody's been doing a lot of that.
The silent assassin, Graham Jarvis, so badly wants to find the podium again at Erzberg at 48 years old. Twice the age of our leaders.
This is the start of Motor X Highway, so we're expecting the guys any minute to come in. Billy Bolt will be here first.
And this is where you've gone on record saying, I'm not sure what type of a gauntlet is going to be delivered here by the course setters.
Yeah, there I can already see quite a lot of bunting over there, and there's Billy. He's already in Motor X Highway. You know, bunting tape can do a lot of things, Pat. You know, you think you're going to go one way, and then like we saw last year, where they sent the guys up left up that steep bank, it can be change the race completely. So Billy's got a gap on Manny here. There's Manny entering as well. Manny's managed to close the gap a little bit. So what's in store for us? I think this is the critical part of the race for me.
Well, you look at the distance between the two, between Lettenbichler and Bolt. Definitely surmountable for Lettenbichler to pull in Bolt, but Bolt is showing no signs of slowing down. He knows, with the likes of Manny on his tail, one falter could spell the difference between the top spot.
Everybody fighting for that crown of being the Hard Enduro World Champion. And this race is worthy of the championship.
So some great aerial footage here of Motor X Highway. We mentioned just the Herculean effort of our production team. 27 cameras, a heli cam, the drone cam really getting in nice and close at a massive, a vast course here. And 1,000 frames per second off the line.
Paul Terrace in the center of the pick there, that big 700.
Almost looks, I don't know, bigger in slow-mo, does it not? It's a beast. Or maybe Paul Terrace himself looks bigger.
Yeah, I think the combination of the two, what he does on that bike is just mind-blowing. That's to show this, how steep these downhills are. They are absolutely mental. You know, everybody, they have a look, and then when they get to their first Erzberg, they're like, oh, we had no idea these climbs are so steep. I'm like, yeah.
Well, what used to constitute a good hill for, say, a Widowmaker hill climb is now just one of many here at Erzberg.
A sport like no other. Hard Enduro delivers every time on point.
We talk about needing every moto tool in the toolbox here to do well. As we jump over to Motor X Highway, Bolt and Lettenbichler still battling it out, getting closer to the checkpoint. Billy Bolt towards the top, and right here, both riders now meeting each other. Lettenbichler right on the wheels of Billy Bolt. Now Bolt heads up, has to redirect, and once again, the echoes of what we've seen in the past with these two.
Yeah, this is a race for glory, but I'm not too sure what they've done here at the top of Motor X Highway. We'll get a better shot just now. But that looks like fresh terrain down there to me.
Yeah, clearly.
The riders haven't been up here. They've been bunted off to the right.
The fact that Bolt is taking time, you can see right behind him, Lettenbichler in picture. But being this patient, obviously, what's ahead of him is no easy task.
I'm just hoping that this section is going to be rideable, that the guys are going to be able to get up and over on their own. But you can see by the gradient there, Billy trying to get up. He hasn't got much traction over there. It's wet and slippery in the forest, or in that piece there.
And Bolt knows too, any mishap at this point does not want to allow.
So the wind,
Manny,
helicopter's blowing the guys.
And Manny, he wants a crack at it. Lettenbichler up and around. Can he navigate it?
He's almost over. Looks like he's going to go up and around the tree.
And
digging his feet in and pushing his way, pushing that bike up and around. I think he's done it.
Wow. Lettenbichler up and around, goes clutch right around Bolt, and just like that, we have a lead change. Now Bolt stuck back in the one section. Lettenbichler took that lower route, able to go up and around the tree. Fatigue, all-time high at this point, just under the 2-hour mark.
Billy's not going to be happy with that. Clock's ticking. He's going to want to clear that as soon as possible.
And with each second allowing Lettenbichler to pull farther away, was leading for the lion's share of that first half.
And I have to say that more and more riders that go through there, that's going to get cut up. It's going to become more and more difficult to get over. First bikes are always a little bit easier.
You know, it's, you know, you always speculate, you know, what is Billy best at? Chasing Lettenbichler or having Lettenbichler chase him? Yeah. I just want to point out, hour and 17 minutes, Billy Bolt was leading that back and forth that they had.
Yeah, you can see he's tired there. So that effort that he used now to push his bike over, heart rate's pumping, jumping out of the rib cage. He's going to want to try to get his heart rate down a little bit. But
oh, and so out of vision was Lettenbichler, obviously taking a crack at this next section. So wow.
Insane.
Making it look way too easy, Lettenbichler.
So it looked to me when Manny was down the bottom there, he just rested for a bit and let his heart rate come down, because there's nothing worse than tackling a new section, your heart rate's high. So easy to make a mistake.
But Lettenbichler, so good at figuring out these lines, that two-wheel wisdom.
Billy ghosting his bike. Not quite there.
Oh,
He's either going to come back and do it again. I think he will.
The physical fatigue at this point has to be setting in. Bolt known for his fortitude. Still in second, trying to keep Lettenbichler in sight and reachable. Motorex Highway serving up quite the challenge. Here we go.
No, not going to make it. This reminds me of what happened in 2022. Similar thing happened. And the more bikes that try to go up here, then the more difficult it's going to become.
And to be there and to watch Manny, the ease that he navigated.
But he's going to push his way around. He's got it. He's done it.
Here a handful of fans.
Well, if Billy's struggling like that, Manny made it look easy. What are the rest of the guys going to do?
The resolution of this rider, so impressive. Just what it takes to flip that bike around on this pitch.
Okay, so I think Billy's just going to take a minute just to get his heart rate down a little bit. Grabbing a goo off the bar there, just getting some sustenance.
Yeah, where would you say his mindset? I mean, having that lead for as long as he did, what does he have to do right now mentally?
I think the most important thing is to get his heart rate down a little bit and just keep his composure. There's still that next forest section coming up. We said it would be a lot more difficult if it rained, and it has rained, so I don't know. There's Michael Wagner now on the screen. Switching back to Carl's dinner.
Yeah, Wagner still inside the top 10. Austria's great hope in hard enduro, Michael Wagner, has found the finish. And just when you think you're past a section, you go back deeper into the pack, and the struggle continues for the rest of the field.
And the guy's piling up on machine again.
And for Lettenbichler and Bolt, machine is a distant memory.
Lucas Benelli on our left. And then we got Christian Petrov from Bulgaria on the right, number 115. Yeah, so I think definitely the sting in the tail, Motor X Highway. It's shown us that it's not over till it's over, but you know, the rest of the guys, when they get there, I think it's going to be already quite a lot looser, and it's going to be really difficult for them to get through.
Well, I think it speaks to the importance of keeping that distance that is still considered elastic. The fact that Manny was able to catch Billy like that, and where he caught him, and then the pass was so pivotally clutch.
The turning point there was for Manny to get to clean those two sections.
Yeah.
And we'll see what kind of gap he's earned from that now. Johnny Walker currently in fourth in Carl's dinner. What do you make of Johnny coming back to Erzberg and doing so well? And
I mean, having him in the booth last time was was such a treat, but clearly this is where we like to see him. He, talking to him this week, he, was, I think, intentionally slightly dismissive, and he's saying, not 100%, but I even think, physically, if you're coming off that injury, the injury reserve list, he's proven he has all the wherewithal and all the mettle to do well here. He's, if you're Johnny Walker at 85%, no matter, but.
And Johnny also finished second behind Billy in the 2023 World Super Enduro Championship, so he's got what it takes.
So just past the halfway point of our allotted 4 hours to decide a 2023 Erzberg champion, Manuel Lettenbichler out front.
This is coming out of the top of Motor X Highway, so he's got quite a bit of off-camber stuff he had to do, and then he's going to head back down to the road, and he's going to start the new forest section.
Yeah. And what is the trick when you're dealing with that double fall line, especially if it's on a climb? How do you find that catch?
The off-camber?
Yeah.
Well, just to weight your left foot peg, keep the weight of the bike on the right-hand side towards the uphill, and just find as much traction as you can. You can see there how steep and how much of an off-camber it is, the way the back wheel dropped off there.
So just 100 meters separate Lettenbichler and Bolt for the time being. As we have eyes on our current leader, defending Red Bull Erzbergrodeo champ, Manny Lettenbichler.
Manny's in such a good space. Yeah. We went to he had a bit of a beer party 2 nights ago. We invited everybody to come and have a beer there, some Bavarian beer. And we made a little bunny hop, turned the table upside down.
He's got bike skills.
With the bicycles.
He was bunny hopping an e-bike, I want to point out. Took out the battery to make it lighter.
He definitely has the most fun in the paddock, I think. He's always up to something, and he's got such a good attitude. There, it looks like he's just catching his breath. That's all about controlling the lead, Listening for Billy, where's Billy? and composing himself and just trying to keep his heart rate down. He knows he's got another section coming.
Look at Carl's dinner as it continues to dish up challenges for the rest of the pack.
That looks like Graham Jarvis has got past Cody Webb now, picking them off one by one. I just can't believe the stamina that Graham's got.
Yeah, the fitness and his spirit.
So Graham looks like he's 8th overall at the moment.
Yeah, definitely staying in the conversation. Still a lot of course to go. We mentioned just past the halfway mark of our allotted 4 hours.
But passing Cody Webb, so Graham's possibly in 6th or 7th at the moment. I've just got to see where Theodore is. But if he's managed to get past Theodore Kabakchev and Cody Webb, then he's maybe in 6th place.
So a lot of riders still working their way to Carl's dinner. And you can see a good perspective there of how long and what a slog it is. And over to Motorex Highway. Now eyes back on our current leader, Manny Leventhal.
So this is the forest section I was telling you about. It's a brand new section. The track builders have done a lot of effort to make a rideable line here. It's super steep, and I think with the rain of last night, any water on this section would have made it really slippery. So once the top layer is gone, it's going to make it quite difficult. There's lots of switchbacks. There's a couple of steps with some roots in it.
Wow, and Lettenbichler putting on a veritable clinic right now. Looking awfully comfortable. What would you make, just based on body language alone, where's Manny at right now?
I think he's in complete control. Of course, he's tired. Looking down at the ground over there, there's not much water that's got into that, so I think it's perfect conditions to get up this climb. I don't think it's going to be too difficult for them. You've got traction, and I do think it's rideable. So after this, oh, there we go. Manny just pivoting the bike there.
And so many bike skills come into play. Just we talk about that, just pivoting and able to turn a bike around on such a steep pitch. That in itself is a skill set that so few possess, to do it with ease and not tapping into too much of your energy reserve.
Yeah, absolutely no wheel spin, and just pushing the bike forward, making sure the back can get every little bit of traction that it can, making sure the front wheel doesn't slip down. He was on a serious off camber there when he was pivoting the bike around, just to find whatever traction he can to get out.
Yeah.
This is Killing Leap. He's going to go down. How far are they in the course, Pat?
Well, think about this. You're only 3/4 of a way through, so still about 25% of the course for our current leaders. By no stretch is it over. Still lots of course to battle through. And 5th place, South African Wade Young.
And there we go. There's confirmation of our 6th place for Graham Jarvis. So that's how he's managed to come through. We saw him in front of Cody Webb just now, and he's got his eyes set on Wade Young. Alfredo Gomez on the Reju. Also very confident before the race. I had a long chat to him. He's looking after some juniors. He's got his own team, the Alfredo Gomez racing team, and helping the youngsters, building them up. They ride a lot with them. They've done a lot of preparation before Erzberg, lots of riding.
What was the big, I guess, tipping of the scales? What allowed Manny and Billy to set that pace and get out like the way they did?
I think it's just the talent level, Pat, is just like insane. It's at another level. We've never seen it like this before.
Yeah, those the earlier sections, the ease and finesse that they moved through those was just jaw-dropping.
I mean, we've got the best riders in the world here on Carl's Dinner, and they're already on the way to the finish. It just shows you the level is just incredible. I mean, we've got the likes of Cody Webb and Alfredo Gomez, and Alfredo's won this race in the past, and he's on Carl's Dinner, and the guys are already out of MotorX Highway.
And the guy to the right of your screen has won it a few times.
Graham, 5 wins under his belt, almost 7 wins if you take his disqualifications into
and he
account.
wants, he gets, there's a couple of reroutes, but he also wants to eclipse Tadej Blazusiak's, 5-time record. Just to even be a one-time winner, but just to kind of breathe that in, 5-time winner of Erzberg.
I must be honest, I didn't expect Graham to make his way through the field as quickly as he did in Carl's Dinner.
That's exactly what Graham wants you to do.
The silent assassin.
He wants you to rule him out. That way he just quietly comes from behind.
All right, so there's Manny on his way down. He's going to be heading to George Avenue now, which is a very steep climb, and after that he's going to have Dynamite, and then he's going to go to Lazy Noon. I'm curious to see how far Billy Bolt is behind him at this stage.
So with that,
there's going into the old Grunnehula now. It's a very, very short climb going up. It looks like there might be Paul Bolton behind him. Am I right?
Yeah, so Bolt's
so that's
hot on the tail, getting the footage there.
Grunnehula is nothing to worry about anymore. It's just a quick up and down. And then he's going to do the long climb up. He's going to head to George Avenue. No surprises left for Manny Lettenbichler. The only challenge possibly at Lazy Noon. I think that might be difficult. I don't know what they've done there with the bunting. We'll see it the minute it comes into the frame. And Dynamite is also quite a difficult section.
Yeah, so just due to the distance, we're not getting footage from Bolts right now, but be sure to tune in. A few days from now, we'll have a full highlight recap of this year's Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and be able to show you all that POV that Bolts is so good at capturing the energy and the electricity on course.
There's the Getson Rodeo crew. Absolute champs.
Oh.
They're the organizers of the Getson Rodeo, and they've even made their own beer.
Very, very spirited. And we should remind everyone, the 2023 season will culminate at the Getson Rodeo this fall in Germany.
Tristan Hartner coming up to the top of MotorX Highway. Also no stranger to the wet and slippery terrain. He revels in it. This is right up his alley, so let's see how he gets on. Every bike that goes past now is just dug up a little bit more and taken that little top layer off. Any grip that was there is going to become less and less now as each rider goes through.
Really curious, too, to watch the rest of the pack. Johnny Walker, Wade Young in that 4th and 5th spot. Tristan Hart, we mentioned back in 2022, got a 3rd overall at Erzbergrodeo. He's competing without that FIM status. But Tristan has definitely solidified his position, his rightful place here at Erzberg. Exactly where we saw both Manny and Billy really take their time and try to figure out that line. Manny taking a little bit that left side approach. And it gives you a good idea. Look how far out we see Lettenbichler.
All right, so there, right at the bottom of the screen, that's George Avenue that I was telling you about.
Lettenbichler, 81% finished with this course so far. Now at the 2-hour, 13-minute mark. We'll definitely see a finish time under the 3-hour mark.
I think it was 3 hours and 5 minutes last year. And the way they've carved this track up is going to knock off probably a good a good half an hour off that.
Well, you have to think Karl Katosh is at this point thinking, wait a second, these guys are getting a little too good. What can I possibly throw into the mix to slow these guys down?
I think the mix at the moment, what's happened today, I think is really a good level.
Well, it's allowed to kind of it's allowing them to showcase. You have the likes of Billy and Manny leading that. Tristan right in the conversation as well, which is great to see. And then the best of the best, so close, hot on the heels.
And there's Billy going into that's the same for a section after Motor X Highway. Cool down, so the physical exertion here that is just on another level. You know, it's been 2 hours of brutal. I can tell you that up until now there's been nowhere to rest on this course.
Temps fortunately a little lower than we've seen in the past, so heat not a factor, but the sheer physical, mental exhaustion that Bolt has to be feeling right now. Trying to pull in Manny Lettenbichler, but given what stands ahead of Lettenbichler,
Okay,
I'm very surprised to see now on Dynamite.
This is George Avenue, not quite at Dynamite yet. It looks like they've taken the run-up away here, so it's a super, super steep, super long climb, and there's a bit of a level. There we go, it's out the top. There used to be a little step in the middle. But yeah, cleared it. Now he's going to head along, he's going to get onto the dirt road, and then he's going to drop down a level and then drop straight into Dynamite.
Yeah.
At this stage, it's pretty much in the bag. Anything can happen. Let's see what Lazy Noon brings us.
Well, Lettenbichler, two-time winner at Red Bull Romaniacs. We talked about the win that he had there 10 years after his dad, Andreas Lettenbichler, won a Romaniacs, but looks like well on his way to become a two-time winner of the Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Back-to-back wins for Lettenbichler, albeit not official. Still has some course to work through, but
22, Many won 5 of the 8 rounds overall.
and Sandra Gomez on machine. Leading the women's field right now. And she has set her goals, how far she expects to get at this year's Erzberg. And she's on point thus far. Wow. And Laia Sanz, of those of you that watched previous battles here on the female front, farthest she was able to get is Carl's Dinners. So for Gomez, that would be a huge, huge leap.
There we've got Manny Lettenbichler. He's 85% through the course, and he's currently in Dynamite. The black lighted Dynamite set out pretty much the same as it's been in the past. They take you around up and down a couple of times before you clear the Red Bull Arch, and then it's off to Lazy Noon.
Yeah. So they've tried to up the ante this year with adding 2 more ups and downs on this section. And like we said, the course never even remotely the same in these technical sections. Trying to sprinkle in those challenges.
They just have to try and make it harder and harder for the guys, because otherwise they'll be done in an hour. So I think it's really challenging to try and get this level right. Look at that pivot. I mean...
Yeah, Manny just puts on a clinic, and I'm still taken away by just his body language. I can imagine everything from the quads, the arms, everything, but body language looks so comfortable right now. Doesn't show, you know, too much struggle there.
He's managing his race. He's very aware of his heart rate, and he knows he's pulled a gap now, and he's just obviously managing it section by section, not bulldozing his way through, just taking his time, making calculated decisions. So that rock in the middle of the screen there, he's going to pop out at the top of it. Go around that tree and the rock.
So where is good old Billy Bolt? Second place, all the way back, about 3 kilometers separating him and Manuel Lettenbichler.
Billy's coming out of the forest and down onto the plateau, and then he's going to go and head into George Avenue.
Just over 8 kilometers separating Billy Bolt and the finish.
And the gap to the lead is 3 kilometers, but remember there's a big gravel road in between.
Yeah, Billy's just hoping something, some type of roadblock. Can we please slow up Manny at this point?
2 Stunden und 20 Minuten.
And event creator Carl anxiously awaits. First rider across the finish line. And I think even Carl has to be surprised with the pace that we're seeing and the challenge that he's put up and the performance that we're witnessing with our leaders. And the AM battle continues.
These guys aren't going to see Carl Katoch at the finish, Pat. Yeah. They're going to be pulled off at some point of the race, but I mean, absolutely gutted at this stage. I mean, there's somebody sitting on a machine there. The brutality of this race is like none other.
Yeah. And you look at what drives these amateurs. Well, it drives those at the top of the sport as well. No prize money, but we've seen success at Erzberg basically dictate the future of one's career in the sport. Do well at Erzberg, and your ticket is...
Your contract signed.
It's punched.
Absolutely. Yeah. So the media coverage and the exposure, and definitely a test to see the ability of the rider. There's no better playground than this. Mario Roman coming to the screen. Yeah. We've been looking for him. It looks like he's had a tough day out there.
Yeah, so many of the competitors, they talk about previous Erzbergs, and every now and then you're delivered a shocker. You don't see it coming. There's a randomness. We talked about the variables, whether it be visibility, mechanical, terrain. So many components go into this race.
I'm chatting to Mario this morning, you know, he was so ready for this race. He said he was absolutely ready.
It doesn't matter the race when we talk about the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship.
No, that's not Mario. My apologies. That's Dan Peace from Great Britain. The problem is the gear all looks the same. All the Sherco gear.
The Sherco kit from afar.
And then just behind him, we've got Diego Vieira, also doing a good job. There's Billy back in frame now.
So, trying to dig deep and find that last frenetic extra gear. Just under 3 kilometers separating the leader, Manny Lettenbichler. Billy Bolt trying to reel him in.
He's either heading to George Avenue or he's been past it already. I think he's still heading to George Avenue. Yeah, there's a rocky section he's going to go through, and then up George Avenue. And he's going to head for Dynamite.
Such an interesting match between Bolt and Lettenbichler. Just that one move, or essentially a combination of two moves, with Lettenbichler able to capitalize in Motor X Highway. We talked about Bolt leading for about an hour, 17 minutes. Right on the edge.
Just trying to see exactly where Billy is.
There you go.
There we go. That's
Yeah.
up George Avenue. So he's not going to make it. He's going to have to turn around and have another go. So they've taken the run up away. It used to be a nice run up, and there's absolutely nothing there for the guys.
Yeah, and explain this. When you don't have the run up, and then look at what he's sitting on, what limited space, not ideal.
Yeah, so he's going to have to start off in second gear and absolutely wind it up, and just he needs every little bit of momentum that he can get. That's brutal. With no run up like that, we normally start right on the road at the bottom there on the right and get up to second and third gear. Yeah, looks like he's good. He's got enough momentum. He'll get out. Okay, that's the little step that I was talking about earlier. There's that. Normally from the road you don't have enough speed to go clear the whole thing, but you'd have to be in like third gear. So
wow,
but he should get out now. Awesome job.
So
checkpoint 24 from here down onto the road, off to Dynamite.
Lazy Noon, and then it's finish line. But the big question, where's Manny Lettenbichler? There's his dad, Andreas Lettenbichler. All smiles, probably getting word that Manny is leading the way.
What a legend. Just need Andreas to come back and do the next Erzberg.
So now eyes.
This is Lazy Noon. This is Manny tackling it.
Current leader, Lettenbichler.
Yeah, he's made short work of that. He knows what he has to do now is he's going to go down a couple of levels into the finish area.
You can almost see the claim, the arm, getting the goggles on.
Checkpoint 26, Lazy Noon. The next check is the finish. He's going to make his way down into the arena. And unless anything goes wrong, he's going to be our 2023 Erzberg King. So on the way down to the arena, Pat, we had a look at some of the drop-offs, and they are ridiculous. Like almost vertical ledges that they've got to go down. And old Bolt's had a go at a couple of them, and he said, he really had to think 3 times before he went down some of them, like this.
Wow. Yeah. For the likes of Manny, forcing the dismount.
Now you must know, if these guys get off their bikes, then you must know how steep it is.
You can imagine just what's going on inside internally right now with Manny Lettenbichler. What a battle between him and Bolt.
And right now he doesn't know how far Billy is behind him, so he's just pushing like mad.
And at previous Erzbergs, we've talked to a lot of the competitors. They say, oh yeah, when the second you re-enter that arena, it's it's an audible raucous roar. You can hear it. And Bolt, so 10-minute penalty. We saw right there where Bolt actually received water. So a 10-minute penalty by receiving help. You're not allowed to do that. This just coming in. So, yeah, we confirm that. So bad news for Billy Bolt. The big focus, it's albeit unofficial, first place for Lettenbichler. But for Bolt, the big question is, how will Tristan Hart, where is he going to finish in that third place finish? If it's, if it's under that 10-minute mark, then second place would go to Tristan Hart.
So does Billy have a 10-minute gap on Tristan?
So Manny, taking a little Manny there.
Looks like he hasn't done anything today. Is this
this is the last stretch.
Yeah, he knows he's got it. He's super amped.
Wow, so Lettenbichler about to join the ranks of back-to-back Erzbergrodeo champions Jarvis, Walker, Lazuziak, Knight, Dupre, and Pfeiffer. Just such determination, grit, fortitude, all the things needed. Relentless, staying on Billy Bolt. So that last section going into Motor X, able to capitalize, showing his ability to find a line where few can.
This is a masterclass of hard enduro.
And where the eyes connect with the crowd here when you realize it's almost all but official. You rounding the Coliseum, making your way into the finish. So if we're going off last year's FIM Hard Enduro World Championship, got the last 2 wins there, got the first stop of this season at Extras in Serbia. So is he a force to be reckoned with? Absolutely. 4 consecutive wins for Manny Lettenbichler.
Well, he's our current world hard enduro champion, and he's definitely made his mark at the start of the 2023 season. A force to be reckoned with. He is absolutely the man to beat in 2023.
And the big question, you know, mentally, physically, he looks calm as can be, but put yourself in Manny's shoes right now. How big is a smile under that full face?
This is like, I don't know, I can't explain it. To win this race is just indescribable.
There it is. Last checkpoint. And a lap for good measure, and there it is. Carl Paddock with the flag. Manny Lettenbichler, your 2023 Red Bull Erzbergrodeo champion.
Die er hier heute absolviert hat, was für eine Machtdemonstration! Leute, feiern ihn nochmal ordentlich! Manny Lettenbichler! Das ganze Team ist da!
There's Jeff and Andrea.
Ordentlich feiern!
His team, friends, family. Dad Andreas couldn't be any happier. And you watch the support. Such an incredible relationship between Andreas and Manny, father and son.
Für den internationalen TV-Stream, wir wollen die Welt da draußen natürlich wissen lassen, was hier heute los ist. Und nachher schnappen wir uns dann den Manny selber nochmal. Ja, Billy Bolt sollte in etwa...
What a race. He's worked so hard for it. He deserves
wenn nach Statistik
to relish in the sun.
alles läuft. Oh, jetzt lasst ihr mal den Helm abnehmen. Wenn der Helm unten ist, macht's doch mal Lärm jetzt für Manny Lettenbichler!
And that's the smile we were waiting for Manny. Father and son moments don't get any sweeter than this.
Komplett durch, aber das ist egal. Er hat's geschafft.
Meanwhile, back on the track, still carnage, Pat.
The Sufferfest continues. Back at Centrum Amberg.
I can feel the pain from the studio. looking up there like,
And this just in, a marriage proposal on course. We've seen it before. Erzberg. It's where I'm gonna judging by the reaction. I think she said yes.
I think she said yes.
I think we have an official engagement. Erzberg.
I think she said, but she didn't finish.
Yeah, for the love of hard enduro and for marriage.
There we go. Graham is into Motorex Highway, always into the last little forest. Still in 6th position. What an incredible comeback. The big question is, where is Tristan Hart? And has Billy managed to pull 10 minutes on him?
So that was that critical section that we saw Manny go around Billy on Motorex Highway. It's a pivotal move there.
Well, Graham has made short work of that. I just can't believe his physical condition at the moment, at his age, and how he's managed to just flip and carve his way through. It's so impressive. So much respect for Graham Jarvis.
Well, just to be in the top 10 discussion is unbelievable, but just Graham's ability to, like I said, just slowly but surely just work his way through a sea of riders coming from the 2nd row to find himself in 6th place. That itself is a 1st place finish in anyone else's book.
And the pedigree of riders that he's gone through, the likes of Cody and Gomez and all of those guys, top contenders, and he's managed to wiggle his way through. It's honestly mind-blowing.
So, Lettenbichler, a day of days, trying to go back-to-back, and he did just that. Tapping into a gear that we've seen from him often the past 2 years on a tear. Lettenbichler and Bolt neck and neck for the lion's share of the battle. But it wasn't until Motorex Highway that Lettenbichler was able to grab the lead. For over an hour and 17 minutes, Lettenbichler forced to try to reel in, and it was at this point, Bolt off to the side, Lettenbichler finding the black hole, the time transfer, tapping into a little moto matrix, and finding his way all the way to the finish. Lettenbichler, he's with Rob Warner. Rob?
Hello everyone, we're here with the 2-time Red Bull Erzberg winner, Manny Lettenbichler. He's done it. Only the 7th rider actually to go back-to-back here. That one was unreal. How does it feel to be a 2-time winner, Manny?
Oh, I'm definitely still speechless. Like, I didn't believe it. Like, after the start, I had a really good start, and then Billy caught up to me and he passed me, and then I was like, man, he's riding good today. So he was really strong in Karl Steiner, but then I think he lost a little bit of energy and I could pass him back in the hilly stuff. Definitely like it more kind of dirt than like proper rock. So I kind of had an advantage there and pushed there quite a bit, and then, yeah, rode into the finish and so stoked.
Hey, whatever you did, it was perfect. And, you know, we saw you actually make a little bit of a navigational error, and as you said, Billy was kind of gone in Karl's dinner. Did you feel the pressure? Did you feel the stress of watching him ride away, or did you think, keep going, hang in there, we can get this back?
Oh, definitely. Like, I think I just keep on grinding. Like, at one moment I was like, I'm just let him go, and I'm just gonna ride my own race. And then I kind of caught up to him, like at the end of Karl Steiner, at the bottom one, and I was like, yeah, okay, let's try to keep pushing. And I saw him at the Motorex Highway, like, after 5 minutes, and passed him there. And
it was you there last year under pressure.
I was definitely under pressure there. So he was under pressure this time, and I think I'm so speechless that I still made like such a big gap at the end. Huh?
Well, it's massive, exactly. We're still waiting for 2nd place to come, and you've ridden away with it. And of course, this really lines up well now for the rest of the season. Back-to-back wins in this year's World Championship. You're the defending champion. You must be feeling pretty good about this FAM Hard Enduro Series.
Definitely, it goes pretty good. Like last year I was injured, and then I came in and won some races straight away. And we've done the same thing. We got a new bike this year, so I wasn't quite sure if we can make it, but I think the whole team made a really good job over the winter, and I think, yeah, right now, keep the momentum going, hopefully.
Manny Lettenbichler, you are rolling. Congratulations on the day, mate. It's been a pleasure to watch that. Back to you, Pat.
Thank you so much, Rob. You know, the big takeaway from that, Manny looks actually fresher than Rob does at this point. Like, he just won the Erzbergrodeo and just so fresh. And it's great to hear about Manny's perspective on the season. Now, checking back in with Billy Bolt, this just in, Karl Katok rescinding that 10-minute penalty. So all but unofficial, Billy Bolt grabbing second place as he makes his way through.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. You know, outside assistance is one thing, but, you know, taking a bit of water, I think, is, I 100% agree with that. I don't think he deserves a 10-minute penalty for that.
Yeah, a little safe than sorry, getting a little hydration there. As Billy Bolt was leading, you heard Manny talk about as he passed him, and Manny realizing he is keeping on a serious pace and how important it was to stay within visual distance.
But it just shows you, like, fitness-wise, you know, Manny's fitness, everything at the moment, I think he's got obviously got a higher fitness level than Billy, because, I mean, the skill levels are clearly there.
Well, both Billy Bolt, Manny Lettenbichler putting on clinics in so many sections, seeing that difference of pace and energy and technique, able to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
Billy's going to be super happy. He knows that he's just moments away from dropping into the arena. A couple of downhills to go.
And you know what this sets up, though? The rivalry between these two is going to be alive and well.
Well, let's just set the scene for the rest of the season.
Billy knows what it takes to get an overall, and we talked about Lettenbichler's overall title. So the 2023 FIM Hard Enduro World Championship series just takes a whole nother level now, as Bolt grabbing a much-deserved second place.
Mani, zweiter Sieg beim Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. Kann ich noch mal was hören, ihr würdet mal?
Billy will be super stoked to get onto the podium, Pat. This has to be his best ever Erzberg finish.
It is indeed. Bolt obviously had his eyes on the prize based on his performance and pace, was looking for the top spot. Lettenbichler being the spoiler for Lettenbichler. Incredible battle back.
And Billy, he's our three-time Super Enduro World Champion. He's won it 2020, 2022, and 2023. Starting off this year with a podium at Erzberg. It just can't get better.
Schauen wir mal, ob wir einen Hattrick draus machen können. Mani, jetzt schnaufen wir mal gut durch. Der nächste nähert sich schon. Mit dem hast du ein bisschen gekämpft. Ja, hättest du dir gedacht, dass du Billy noch kriegst? Na, auf jeden Fall.
And I think it says volumes that the past two overall World Championship winners are 1 and 2 at this year's Erzberg. Such an incredible back and forth between Billy Bolt and Manuel Lettenbichler as Bolt makes his way into the final stretch here. Obviously wanted the top spot, knows how high the stakes are. There it is. Billy Bolt, your second place finisher at this year's Erzbergrodeo.
Man, and these guys are such good friends, and they've got so much respect for each other.
Manny Lettenbichler, what a ride from Billy Bolt. Ja, die zwei haben sich hier deutlich absetzen können.
Billy clearly relieved to get to the finish line, but you know he was focused on getting that top spot. Led the way for so long, and just double checking on that
Billy's
call.
Just found out he doesn't have a 10-minute penalty. He was so mad, and he's just been told by Fabio Farioli that he doesn't have a penalty. So that's awesome news.
And so watch to the right of your screen. That's Bolt going down. That is how his day started. What does Bolt do? Shakes it off. puts it behind him, and then slowly but surely takes the lead. It was on this pass here that we saw some interesting battles for the top three. Bolt had to climb his way through that pack of 4 or 5 riders, and then to pass Lettenbichler. And from this point on, it was 1 hour, 17 minutes that Bolt led the way. Even Lettenbichler said, I could tell he was informed. He was on a tear. He was moving. Bolt doing a great job working his way through Carl's dinner. But it wasn't until Motor X Highway, and this was the potential call, getting a little water, overheating, but that call rescinded. So no 10-minute penalty for Bolt, and a chance to grab a much coveted 2nd place finish at Erzbergrodeo. He's with Rob Warner. Rob?
Best ever finish at the Erzbergrodeo, 2nd place. I know you like to win these things, but I reckon you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, worst ever start to best ever.
Fell off.
I fell off. Definitely when I was walking up that first hill. That wasn't my intended plan.
We saw it in the replay.
And the next 10 minutes was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I just knew I needed to pass as many people as possible before the forest, because every person I didn't pass out of the forest was going to be twice as difficult to get past them. So it was a bit of a blur, that 10 minutes, and then got into, I think, 4th pretty early on, and then got up me and Manny together. And I bent my front disc when I crashed on the first thing, so I've been pumping my front brake all day.
Well, that takes some energy, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I had a bit on pump, but I was kind of a bit all over the place, and I ended up denting my front pipe pretty badly, so I'm pretty down on power. That's why I tried to push on through Dyna as fast as possible. I thought this is my best chance to pull a gap on Manny, before we head back into the woods. He's strong in the woods.
Yeah.
And, Motor X Highway, I took the extra switchback. He went straight, and I was pretty sure, with the way I was kind of nursing my bike to the finish line, I looked at my tyre and I thought, this isn't going to last much longer.
Your tyre's a lot worse than Manny's, I got to point out.
Yeah, I've got a few more kilograms than Manny, I'm not going to lie.
Bit harder on the right hand, I think.
Yeah, and I've been haven't been out of first gear since Dyna, just because I can't pull anything because of the dent in my front pipe, so.
Oh, no way.
Fair bit of drama, all self-induced, but all things considered, I'm very, very, very happy to be here in second.
You led for 70 minutes or more of this race. In Carl's dinner, I thought, you've got it. Did you at any moment, did you relax? Did you think, I might have it today? Because, like you said, Motor X Highway, one stop like that and it all changes.
Yeah, I did. I was feeling good, I still felt fairly strong. I had one bit where I really had to push, exiting Motor X Highway, to be honest, but Manny had kind of gone, and when you lose sight of somebody, they go out of sight, and then you start sliding, then you have to have another go. That really does, it's like a double whammy, double blow, let's say. But yeah, once he'd passed us and went like that, I thought, the way I'm struggling, I was really concerned about George Avenue, because I knew it was such a long hill, and usually we're in 3rd gear, and I managed to get up it in 1st.
No way. Well, we wondered why the time gap had opened up so much, But this is your best finish at Erzberg, one step away from the top step. Today, it looked like it could have gone away. I mean, you must be feeling pretty happy, right?
Yeah, no, I'm really, really happy. Like I say, we had a new bike this year. It's been a lot of hard work pre-season. I kind of started late because I focused only on Super Enduro. So it's been a big effort from the team to get to the point we're at now and to get where we are. But like I say, where we are, I'm super happy with. I'm feeling comfortable. Everything's kind of working how it should be, and I think...
the pace is there, Billy, isn't it? The speed's there, mate. Romaniac's next. Is that a good one for you?
Well, in the past, not, but this new me seems to do not so bad in the long and the hard enduro rallies and in the mountains. So I think it's going to be similar to 2021. I think me and Manny are going to be going at it just about every race to the finish. And
you'd be bored without him.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like a training ride. We train so much together, to be honest. He beats us more time than not in my training, but I don't never worry too much, because I seem to be able to find an extra gear and sort of keep with him and stick the wheel in on him now and again in a race. And I think it's going to be an exciting second half to the year.
It certainly will, mate. Thanks for bringing it to life. It's incredible to watch you ride. 2nd place today, Billy Bolt. Let's go back to you, Pat.
Oh, Rob, to hear from Billy, the new me, yeah. We'll see what happens. And I love, he's like, I found an extra gear. Well, no, to hear the real story was in 1st gear. Are you kidding me, Daryl?
What a legend. I told you it was a 3rd gear hill.
Unbelievable.
And the dent in his pipe, so he's down on power.
Oh.
And yeah, what a legend. Such, like I said, such cool friends to be able to go race a world championship like this together.
The rivalry is going to be alive and well going into the third stop of this season at Red Bull Romaniacs. But checking in right now with Tristan Hart, still in third place, almost about 90% complete. So all but unofficial. If he can maintain on pace, he'll find his second time finding the third place finish, but a little different for this time, coming back twice as sweet for Tristan Hart. Johnny Walker, though, just closely behind. So let's keep a close eye on this battle as Tristan Hart approaching the lazy noon checkpoint.
So Tristan will have 2 back-to-back third places then. He was third here in 22. And Johnny looks like he might be a bit far back.
Yeah, just the beating that Billy took him physically, but then the bike. Just incredible. It really kind of, we were watching him in a couple of those sections and was trying to figure out what's going on.
And this is Matty Green now. He's in the Motor X Highway, so he'll be our first junior. So it sounds like there might be somebody in front of him, possibly waiting for a gap to hit it. Nope, he's on his own, so he's just got to clear his way around that tree. What an effort for Matty Green from South Africa. So he's our current leader in the Junior World Championship.
So much junior talent.
And he won the World Junior Championship in 2022. So what a great start to the season for him. Taking the win at X-Ross and leading here at Erzberg.
And the fans, you can hear them, made their way into Motor X Highway. They know this is such critically clutch zone in previous Erzbergs.
Alfredo Gomez there. He's out of Motor X Highway, so he's in the forest section.
And Gomez finding the top spot of the podium here at Erzberg back in 2015. Some challenges today, but still in the hunt to finish. Should remind everyone, still under the 3-hour mark of the allotted 4 hours.
And Alfredo was telling me, I mean, it's one of the first times that he's been injury-free coming out of winter. He finished 5th in the 2022 Hard Enduro World Championship. He's won Erzberg before in 2017. He was 3rd in 2016. And he tied with Johnny Letty and Graham in 2015.
So Tristan Hart having to redirect here. Still trying to find the finish line, currently in 3rd place. And I just want to remind everyone, Johnny Walker was just a couple minutes behind Tristan Hart. So every mistake, every time Tristan takes another crack at something, it's giving Johnny Walker that much more chance to catch up. So eyes are going to be focused on a battle for 3rd place.
We're looking at Lazy Noon now. This is the second part, really, really steep. It's like insanely steep. But he's up and over.
And there goes Tristan Hart.
I'm almost happy to say that that's a safe podium for Tristan, unless something happens on the way home, but he'll almost home and dry, Pat.
And we talk about every year Carl trying to up the ante. You know, it used to be dynamite, you know, onward and forward, having to add things every year to really slow up these riders, and we've seen it again this year.
Yeah, so they added in Lazy Noon, you know, just because the riders were finishing too early. So, yeah, I don't know what they're going to do for next year. But
what type of hurdles can we possibly predict for next year?
Honestly, I think the level today was perfect. I don't think they made it ridiculously difficult. I think the mix was really good.
Well, Tristan Hart, the 25-year-old Canadian, fresh off the heels of fourth place finish at Exros in Serbia. Mentioned he got the third overall Red Bull Erzbergrodeo back in 2022 last year. Lacking that FIM license last year, but this year finding the podium again.
So it's his third Erzberg. He finished 14th in 2019. Podiumed last year and podiumed this year. Definitely made a mark on the Hard Enduro World Series.
Was Paul Bolton's pick to win earlier.
Not far off.
Not far off in third place. Incredible performance. Very technically savvy. Watching Tristan work his way through Carl's dinner. And there were some good battles to even actually earn that third place position. Really tight battle.
Looking behind him there, he's you never know where you are. Like,
well, with Johnny Walker, come on.
Yeah,
we're talking just under 700 meters separating Johnny Walker and Tristan Hart. So I would venture to say, had he had to maybe give it one more crack at that climb section, that last climb section for him, would have given Johnny, I think, a fighting chance.
Yeah,
it was that close.
Absolutely. And Tristan must know that he's close because he was looking behind him. So he's either going to cruise to the finish or he's going to race to the finish. So yeah, I think he's got an easy cruise into the finish line. At this point, it's just relief. You know, you're going down the mountain, you know that the podium's just, you can see the crowds and you can see the arena, and it's just a hop and a skip away. You can smell the champagne.
Oh yeah,
almost taste it.
What a great day for the Canadian. Has that caginess approach. Takes the last few drops, coming back into the finish. Back-to-back podiums for Canada here at Erzberg. And he'll be excited to be racing on home soil following Romaniacs with Red Bull Outliers in Canada. One of the more challenging events out there. And it's so interesting, Daryl, to watch how big these gaps become, how it just starts to accrue interest, if you will. You know, one mistake here, getting stuck behind a group, having to wait for those holes, and you look at those gaps grow.
Yeah, I still think they're pretty tight for what the guys have been through. It's honestly like a couple of minutes. Yeah, many had quite a big advantage, but yeah, I agree, you know, and I think as you go further back from this now, you'll see the gaps, like they'll become really
bigger and bigger, yeah.
Really big, yeah. Last little section of the prologue.
So Daryl, in your day, did you ever envision courses on this level, this challenging?
No, no, I didn't. I mean, the sport evolves, but I didn't expect it to be like this rapidly and at this level. I mean, everything's changed. The Roof of Africa at home and all of the races that I've seen have just progressed, and they've had to raise them and make them difficult to cater for this caliber of rider. The level, honestly, year to year, just keeps getting insanely better and better. These athletes are just at another level at the moment.
Tristan Hart, for the second time in a row, finds third place finish here at Erzbergrodeo. Well deserved third place finish for the Canadian. And did such a good job early, staying in the mix, not relinquishing that battle in that top three. And I think that was really what tipped the scales and gave him a fighting chance to stay with it. Be interesting to see where Johnny Walker now falls with the clock just about to hit the 3-hour mark. which is a whole other discussion, you know, seeing times at 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, the course last year was just over 3 hours, so they've already knocked off a good 15, 20 minutes off that. Very similar course to last year, but I'm sure that Tristan's going to be super stoked with the podium. Doesn't look that happy though. I think he wanted to win it.
Of course, you think. If you want to speculate, I'm going to say, yeah, you're 100% right.
I mean, there you can see how close they were. Johnny Walker coming in now. Also, just in the prologue, they're about to drop down to the arena, but that can't be more than a minute or two apart.
Well, Johnny Walker definitely can hold his head up high. We talk about that road to recovery off the injury, and is definitely back on track of getting at 100%.
And Johnny really had no expectation for this race. He just said he's going to go as hard as he can for as long as he can, and man, he's done a good job. And fourth coming back from everything, skipping the last couple of Erzbergs. He was here in the commentary booth last year, so I think it's an incredible comeback, you know,
and I think
join these riders at this level.
Yeah, and I think
fourth.
The most telling part was seeing that energy and that positivity that we saw him kind of exude this morning. To see that hunger, and you know, the only thing more dangerous than Johnny Walker is a happy and hungry Johnny Walker. So Johnny Walker rounding out the top four. Gets a little rev on. Fourth place finish for Walker.
And of course, they're all good mates.
Well then, Brad, did you like that?
So we got a second back in 2018, so his best finish since then. But Walker clearly cementing his rightful place here and closely in the hunt, always a contender.
And it's not often you get a sport like this where the top guys are such good friends, because they really are. Yeah. They ride a lot together, they socialize together.
The respect, the camaraderie goes so deep.
And then we've got Wade Young coming in. He's not far off to round out the top five.
So you've watched Wade Young from a wee rider, basically weaned off the pipe. But talk about watching his genesis, his arc as a rider, and just maturing into what we know now.
Well, like coming through from the classic enduro kind of thing and see how he's evolved into this hard enduro world, I think is really incredible. I'm in awe of what he's done. You know, he didn't have much luck last year. He had a lot of bad luck. Looks like it's all coming together now. I know that he can win Erzberg, and I think he's going to do really well this year in the championship.
If you're on his training side, what would you say? Okay, let's go back to the drawing board. What can we add to the Wade Young arsenal to make him a little bit even more deadly out there?
Well, he's in peak physical condition. When I've seen him now, his attitude, his mindset, everything is right. Maybe just some more time on the bike, but how do you improve? How do you improve at this level?
Well, and you're also up against throwing a little shakas to the camera there. So obviously feeling good, but how it's also you look at the rest of the field as well. You have this kind of push, and it's all at the same time. Simultaneous, the entire field is progressing at such a rapid pace, and you're expected to stay in step with that.
And I think a big part of it, and I'll probably get shot down for this, but is the trials background that a lot of these riders have. That skill set of the trials that Wade doesn't have, that's definitely a differentiator. He's managed to teach himself by riding with these guys, but that background from an early age on the trials he hasn't had.
You almost have to give him extra props for doing as well, maybe not having, that specific skill set already, pre-entwined in his arsenal.
And I don't know what you're going to do you can't just go all of a sudden and start riding a trials bike, but Matty Green is in the same boat and spending 3 years now with the Italian team. I've watched his riding. He rides a lot with Manny. Manny will go down to Italy sometimes and ride with him, and so will Billy. They're all very good friends. And it's the same thing as Wade. I've just watched his riding improve year by year, and it's just so nice to see. Of course, if the Roof of Africa, hopefully we might be able to get it back onto the championship next year. But that will be obviously suit them again a lot more than some of these races.
And we would expect that Wade Young, previous winner there.
I can tell you now,
Yeah.
Wade will be very hard to beat in Lesotho at the Roof of Africa.
What is it specific to that race that makes it as hard as it is?
Well, there's more rocks. So, you know, here you've got a lot of slippery stuff in the forest, although Wade comes from Natal, where there's a lot of forest riding and slippery stuff. So he's grown up with it. So still like awesome fit for Romaniacs, but at the Roof it's different. There's a lot of grippy rocks, different kind of terrain, and he's ridden there, you know, most of his life. So he's really completely at home there, and the guys will really struggle to beat him there.
And we should point out, back in 2021, Wade Young, third in the Hard Enduro World Championship. And one last checkpoint for Wade Young.
He'll be super stoked for that.
Yeah, getting his well-deserved checker flag from Carl. 5th place for Wade Young. So now just past the 3-hour mark. As our top 5 finishers, a chance to rest and relax. And looking back on Tristan Hart's performance, what were some of your immediate takeaways watching Tristan at kind of the furious, frenetic mode that he opened up with?
Well, I've just seen him being very smooth and calculated. He picked his way through everything. I didn't see him throwing his bike around anywhere, and it looked like he just managed his energy levels all the way through. I think he did his best. I think this race is so physical, and you've got to exert yourself all the time. I think he just managed his race perfectly. He'll aim to win Erzberg, and I think he can.
Oh, clearly. Tristan Hart, 3rd place finish at this year's Erzbergrodeo, staying in step with the best. And he is with our own Rob Warner.
Okay, well, I'm with Tristan. An amazing performance again. 3rd place again here. Happy with that, Tristan?
Yeah, back-to-back podiums. I mean, lots of people would be happy, but to be honest, I'm not super happy with this year. I mean, I put myself in a really good position. I was leading, which I didn't really expect. And then I think I just got tight and made a lot of mistakes in the first hour.
We saw you go wrong at one point, right? Up to that fence and have to come back, and Johnny got by you.
I spent like 2 minutes going the wrong way just to realize there was a fence there, come back and go all the way around. So just stuff like that, just absolutely burning matches. And I burned so many matches today. So once I got out of Carl's Diner, I didn't have much energy left, so.
Didn't you really? No, but you're the top North American finisher. And, you know, the interesting thing for me is that, you know, everyone here really associated with getting on the podium comes from a high level of trials background. You don't, but I guess it's something you have to work on to ride at this level in hard enduro.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I was under the assumption that if you weren't a trials rider, you just weren't gonna do good at this race, because the first 10 years here, no one that wasn't a trials rider was even on the podium. So, I mean, I hope I'm kind of showing some younger guys that you don't necessarily need the trials, but it definitely, I mean, you kind of do need it at the same time. It's so important for saving energy and getting through the tough section.
Well, absolutely, and like, it's great to see you set an example, if you like, for these North American riders. Great to see you here. Trials isn't so big over there. You signed up to the series this year, 4th at round 1, 3rd today. Feeling pretty good about the overall?
Yeah, it's okay, but to be honest, I'm kind of over here to be battling with Billy and Manny, and so far this year I haven't been doing that, so something's got to change on my part, and hopefully I'll be closer here soon.
Well, you did brilliant today, Tris, so thanks very much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Well, you know, clearly you hear it from Tristan himself, very hard on himself, but he did battle Manny and Billy, a battle, and it just, the way that it unfolded, like he said, burning matches, those little mistakes start to add up after one another, but I think Tristan Hart can hold his head up high. Incredible performance, and I think he's going to be a challenger going onward and forward, looking at Romaniacs, Red Bull Outliers in Canada.
Yeah, and I think most people would give a kidney away to finish in third. And I saw Tristan's body language, and he didn't look happy. There's Graham Jarvis coming down. Graham Jarvis, our silent assassin, in sixth.
From second row to sixth place, hitting the 3 hour plus mark. So Graham Jarvis, we look forward to seeing him come across the finish line.
I want to see what Graham looks like at the finish line, because I think he really had to dig deep today. Carving through the field like that. I saw he was very patient, but I think he had to push in a lot of places and take some really difficult lines to get through.
Yeah,
so much respect.
You think of Manny Lattenbichler, 25, Graham Jarvis, 48 years old, and still in the hunt, still in that top 10 discussion, based on what race unfolds. Graham's name always in the conversation, still.
The talent that Graham has, and what's the right word? Vastbijt in Afrikaans.
It's just, resilience, I'd say persistency. We know he's got stamina. It's his prowess, his uncanny ability to make difficult sections and not use even remotely as amount of energy that other riders have to exhaust.
Yeah, just picking his way through, just absolutely trying not to make any mistakes and just cleaning every section. And
so Jarvis, 5-time winner at Erzberg. Was hoping for a podium finish here today. Just 3 shy of that. Will roll in 6th place finisher here today. Past so many competitors when you consider he started from the second row.
And we mustn't forget that Graham's won it before from the second row. So
yeah, his first Erzbergrodeo was from the second row. So
the level has changed a lot, and I think the young guns that have come in now have come in hard, and to try and beat them now is really going to take a lot. Graham needs to get onto the front row. If he races Erzberg again next year. If he wants to win it, I think you have to be on the front row.
Well, Graham admittedly said, I was a little slower this year, and by virtue of that, was relegated to that second row, but almost equally, if not more impressive, to see him climb back and work his way to crack into the top 10.
Yeah, but I just love Graham's attitude, speaking to him, say, it is what it is, he's quite chilled. I'll just go and do my best,
It's a 6th place finish.
He just loves riding his motorbike.
Well, we always say, don't be fooled by the stoic, calm approach. You
just have to look at the history of Graham's wins, and he doesn't have to prove anything to anybody. He's won Erzberg 5 times, Hell's Gate 5 times, Romania 7 times, Sea to Sky 6 times, Roof of Africa 4 times. He's a 5-time British trials champion, 6 gold medals at the ISTE. He's won the Scottish 6 days 4 times. And 5 British Enduro championships. So what more do you want?
Well, if he's applying for a position, he's clearly overqualified. Yeah.
Definitely our most winningest hard enduro rider of all time. He's definitely the GOAT. The young guns have got a couple of years to beat that
and he's
that table of wins.
Really cool to see too in his time in between training. Spends a lot of time doing Graham Jarvis riding clinics. So kind of that close connection with fans and true enthusiast of enduro and hard enduro riding.
Yeah, he's traveled all over the world with his tours, and it's nice to see also, giving back to the rest of the world, teaching guys how to ride over this kind of terrain.
interested to hear kind of Graham's take of what he had to work through. We'll get some words. Rob, be sure to track him down in the corral.
I remember the one year I went around to Graham and Damo just chilling, sitting at a deck chair at the back of the van, and it was like super chilled, and then, you know, just went and won the race. You know, it's like always just so relaxed.
You were competing when Graham was kind of entering and in the scene.
I stopped racing 9 years ago, and Graham's still giving it full tongues. It's incredible.
Final checkpoint 27.
I think that smile on the face says it all.
Graham Jarvis finishes yet another Red Bull Erzbergrodeo.
Yeah, I can see that smile right through that helmet, Pat.
It's absolutely unreal, Graham. Congrats. Der hat ein Riesengrinsen im Gesicht.
He is no stranger to the challenges this mountain possesses.
I think that feels like a win for Graham, coming from the second row and what he's up against. I think that's like a win.
Versetzt uns hier einfach ins Staunen. Wir wollen sein Gesicht sehen, genau. So, wenn er den Helm abnimmt, ihr wisst, was zu tun ist. Klatscht schon mal die Hände für Mr. Graham Jarvis!
48 years young and still in the hunt. Incredible resilience from Jarvis.
Second row, and now you're up here. 6th place for you. Talk us.
Yeah, I think anybody can still ride like that at 48, and they're doing okay.
So 45 minutes remain on the clock as we take an aerial view of just the sheer vastness. As we look at Lazy Noon on this front side, back over to Dynamite, Machine. And to remind everyone, the rest of the pack, they will have to hit the finish line before that 4-hour mark. So 45 minutes for all of these competitors back at Machine.
That just shows you the brutality of the route. I mean, they're 3 hours in and they're stuck at Machine. So these guys honestly just trying to get as far through the course as they can. Desperately trying to reach the next checkpoint, but for sure they know they're not going to make the finish line.
Yeah. So 5th place with Shakas from Wade Young, rounding out the top 5. Wade Young, as you pointed out, Daryl, in peak physical shape coming in, facing the challenges of this daunting course Carl put before them. And then Johnny Walker, just outside of the top 3, climbing back from last year's injury and coming awfully close, finding the top spot. But for Walker, just shy of that 3rd place finish. They're both with Rob.
Okay, here we are then with 4th and 5th place finishes. Will you start with you, Johnny? Been a while since we've seen you outdoor. You've got to be pretty happy with that. I know you've won it 5 times, but still a big, strong result today, mate.
Three times.
Excuse me, you're right.
I'm super happy. I came here thinking top 5 I'd have been happy with, because I've watched the guys racing all last year and the first round this year, and you know, they're all on fire. Manny and Billy are just like, they're on another level at the moment, especially at this stuff. So yeah, to be even close to the podium, a couple of minutes off Tristan, I think we were at the end, and I was close to him. So yeah, super happy with that.
Brilliant ride, mate. And of course, you know, we do see you more focusing on the indoor stuff at the moment. Has it been a hard transition? And when you last were here in, 2019, you were injured last year in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's been a while, and I think it hurt me a bit in Carl's Diner, because I couldn't remember. You kind of remember where everything is from year to year, and obviously not being able to walk it this year, I've really got stuck in a few holes. But Hey, I'm super happy, and this is probably the only race that I'll do in the championship this year with Aberystwyth being cancelled. So yeah, go to TKO in America and just do some race out there and then get ready for the Enduro Cross.
All right, mate, well, congratulations. A good comeback to the outdoor. And 5th place for you today, Wade. I mean, to me, the fact that you don't come from a trials background and can perform at this level here on the most technical hard enduro of them all, incredible. You happy enough with that?
Yeah, look, I had a lot of fun out there. The beginning, obviously everyone's a bit tense, so I ate a bit of stones off the start, but yeah, got into a rhythm, got going, and struggled in some sections, but overall it's an amazing race. You know, it's so much of an adrenaline rush, and pretty stoked with 5th. Obviously, I would have liked to be on the podium like everyone else, but yeah, we'll take it.
And looking forward to the rest of the series. You're in for the whole lot?
Yeah, for sure. Race by race, and yeah, just train and focus and enjoy the journey as well.
You've got a big fan in commentary, Daryl. He's saying that you're the strongest rider out there by far, physically the fittest. I mean, that definitely came into play today, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, you need it through Colsdana, but yeah, just want to say how's it to everyone in South Africa. I know there's a lot of guys watching at home, and thanks for the support. Yeah, we try again next year.
Great to see you up there, mate. Thanks very much.
Cheers, man.
Back to Pat.
Thank you, Rob. Wow, so good to hear from Wade, and it's good to know that he's kind of focused on just moving onward and forward as we take a look at Michael Wagner, the top sitting Austrian right now, will end up in 7th place, and I expect a little extra raucous roar at the finish line as Austria's finest, their top hope for hard enduro in Austria, the 25-year-old Michael Wagner. He'll work his way in.
Yeah, what a great effort. I mean, he pushed really hard last year. He blew out last year. It looks like he's been able to pace himself a little bit better today. And I'm sure he'll be happy with the 7th here.
And just even with this finish, too, currently coming into this second event, currently 5th in the FIM standings. So highly, highly coveted points. Looking for that overall title at the culmination of 6 stops on the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship Tour.
And Michael also finished 6th in the 2022 Hard Enduro World Championship Series. So that's nothing to be sneezed at.
You know, he's in that conversation, which is such a difficult place to be nowadays.
Well, he's 1 position down from last year. He finished 6th here last year. He got a 5th at Romaniacs last year. So, yeah, I think he's more or less where he wants to be and just racking up those points. It's a long season.
Yeah, slowly inching his way up. And as anticipated, we watch these gaps going through as we go farther and deeper in the pack. Those bottlenecks, they add up, and they just accrue so much more time for those that are a little deeper.
And you've got to be a guy like Graham Jarvis, who was so aggressive in getting past all those guys. I mean, to make a pass here, you know, it's not hard. You can't just pass anywhere. So some of those lines, he would have had to take some sketchy lines to get up past some of the guys in front of him.
Although we've seen Graham do it in sections through Carl's dinner that just don't even make sense.
It's exactly what I'm talking about, Pat. I think he made some good moves through Carl's dinner.
Yeah.
And that's where that raw talent of Graham comes through. That skill that he's got is like none other.
So the big question, I think, with any Erzbergrodeo is how many people will actually finish. We're still under the 10 count.
Well, we should get a fairly decent finish rate this year, but there's not much left. We've got 38 minutes left on the clock. So, tick-tock, that clock doesn't wait for anybody.
And there it is. Austrian Michael Wagner across the finish line.
And there's his mom on the left-hand side. His brother's here as well. So they'll be super stoked with that finish.
Das sind echte Emotionen
getting some good words of encouragement from event founder Karl Katak. And a good perspective of the Iron Giant here, going past Lazy Noon. So we make our way over past Dynamite, Carl's Dinner, and Verona. We said the fastest competitor here this week. 64% done on this course, just working his way through Carl's Dinner.
There he is, jammed behind that rock with a Red Bull helmet on. I mean, what an effort, you know? You can see his head's back, he's gutted.
Yeah, the body language tells the tale.
Honestly, for him to get this far, I think is incredible. You know, I mean, a world GP enduro champion to come this far in the race, in a hard enduro race, is brutal. He really did probably choose the hardest one of the lot.
And our own Lasna caught up with Verona just moments ago.
So we're here with Andrea Verona. You've made it to Carl's Dinner. It's your first time at Erzberg. Did you expect to make it this far?
I pass in places that I never thought with a bike would be possible. But yeah, keep pushing.
Now that you're in this section, how tough is it really?
A lot. I never done something like this.
Well, good luck on the rest of the race.
Not every day. You gotta take some time out and hear from him right in the middle. That just shows you, as another competitor, Gomez, comes across, previous winner, finding some challenges here today.
I think Alfredo did the same as what I did yesterday, because he's lost his peak. So he did some flick-flacking down one of the climbs. But yeah, super stoked with that finish.
Just the unrelenting, physically fatiguing, technically tormenting course of Erzberg. And I think Alfredo Gomez, his face says it all.
Alfredo was definitely pushing for a higher finish than 8th. We know that. I spoke to him yesterday. There's Theodor Kabakchev coming in 9th place. But he finished in the top 10 here already as a win, Pat.
Well, it's a lot of excitement around Theodor and what he's been able to generate in this year's season as well as last, really starting to get some momentum. He's definitely going to be that name that we're going to be hearing more and more on the FIM Hard Enduro World Championship Tour.
He finished 4th in last year's season in the Hard Enduro World Championship, and yeah, he's got a good start. He's also lying 4th after. No, where is he finishing after Extras?
So
he was 2nd at Extras.
Yeah. Kabachiev just under the 10th place mark. 3:26 on the clock. So time ticking down. 4 hours. That is the allotment to make your way through such a brutal course. Looking back on machine, checkpoint 11 of 27. Yeah. So every rock, every moment, every line, add 3.5 hours onto it just to get to this point. Trying to think of what was the last time you did anything for 3.5 hours, Daryl?
Well, every Saturday when I ride with my mates, we do this. But not quite like this.
Yeah. No.
But I just love Andrea Verona. You know, he said, I've never ridden a motorbike over stuff like this.
You could really hear, and it just, that's what's so great though. What Erzberg has become, how it's attracting riders from all different subsets and specialties. And it's taking those genres and it's really opening their eyes to the beauty that is hard enduro.
And that's Cody Webb now coming into the finish. Not being here for a couple of years. I don't know, do you think Cody will be happy? I think he'll be happy just to see the finish line.
Well, I think we know that Cody, has so much skill, So much ability and just discipline and determination. All the components needed to do well at this event. And like we said, he's found success here, battled with the injuries, but has done so much for the sport, especially in North America.
Yeah, he's got a two-time podium here. He's got a second and a third, and of course he comes from the Endurocross background, and he was third in the 2023 World Super Enduro Championship. He's got 2 American trial titles as well.
Such a talented rider.
And all-round nice guy. Here his teammate Cooper Abbott, also riding. We must have a look out for him. His dad is Destry Abbott, who's an infamous racer in the US. And Cody's dad also used to race. So, you know, growing up as a kid, obviously followed in his dad's footsteps.
Infamous in the best of ways.
In the best of ways,
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
High fives for all my friends. Cody coming in hot, final checkpoint 27. Just under the 3.5 hour mark for American Cody Webb.
And if you've got one of those flags to put in your garage, then you know you've done okay. It deserves its place in the man cave.
Not many often handed out. Every year is different. And I think as we're starting to see some of the dust settle here with just now 30 minutes to go with that 4-hour cutoff, I think Carl, event founder, has to be happy with the challenge that he put before the sport's top riders right now. When you look at...
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
that's the snowbank we were looking for earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the challenges, and this is on the far side. Shots from the helicopter. Just dealing, just because boulders, Forrest wasn't enough.
I was looking for shots of that earlier.
Yeah, you did.
That's before Carl's dinner. I was so looking forward to this section.
So, just another one of the challenges. And this is actually, we just did that's triple black diamond.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That shot is the money shot right there. Yeah, and if you get a runaway, you go straight into that stone wall over there.
If that was an East Coast snow run, it'd be a devil's backbone right there for sure.
Yeah.
White winter heat. But kind of a very impressive. So, been a lot of conversation about just the depth of talent on the junior side, which brings us to our next rider.
Maddie Green,
yeah,
all the way from South Africa. So all those guys sitting watching at home, this one's for you.
No footer, just for you.
Wade, little show off. Wade Young and Maddie Green. I've done South Africa proud. So everybody at home, how's it, guys? Thanks for watching. Some raw talent coming out here. Maddie's been living in Italy for 3 years now, and his level, I've just seen it grow from race to race. Currently leading the World Enduro Championship and winning the 2022 series.
And it's such a solid harbinger of the strength, the future of the sport, when you see talent at this age and it's just starting to bubble up.
Yeah, there's a big wave of young guns coming through, and Klim are helping with the series, and Paul Bolton as a mentor for a lot of these guys. So it's really happy to see them on board and what they're doing for the juniors.
Yeah, South African, a well-deserved finish there for Maddie Green, getting the coveted checker flag.
And I have to say there's currently 30 riders in the Junior World Championship. So to take the win, unbelievable.
So from the youngest to the oldest, 48 years old. I know we hammer it home, but it is truly testament to the skill set, the perseverance, the determination of the silent assassin, Graham Jarvis. 5 Erzbergrodeo wins in his tool belt, but still no stranger to find the ability to crack into the top 10 be in the podium conversation. Came back from the second row. And
double Maddie's age plus 4 years. Let that sink in for a bit.
yes. He's been at it for quite some time. Jarvis, just incredible ability to work his way through and finding the finish line yet again for Jarvis. Right now, let's check in with Rob Warner.
Here he is, the 5-time winner. As you said, Graham, we've just spoken. I said, you got a great start off the second row today, but you told me that wasn't you, it was your teammate, right?
Yeah, teammate, I'm happy for him, but I was like in 10th or something like that. I had a few stones to the face, but that's kind of normal. But yeah, once I got going, I just had to pace myself, just be patient, just try and pass when I can. Stuck in the queue sometimes, what can you do? But
well, that's what we were going to say, because we know that, you know, there's parts where you go so well through Carl's dinner, but today it looked like you were a little bit unable to do that. We just saw you sat still. Was it frustrating at those moments to be when there's literally no route, right?
yeah, a little bit frustrating, stuck in the queue, but I was happy for a rest, to be honest. I was a little bit, getting a bit tired. I shouldn't be too hard on myself, 48 years old, 6th place. It's not a win, but we're happy.
Mate, you're double the age of the winner plus 4 years. I just heard him say that. You've got to be very happy. 48 years old. You know, one more win would see you stand alone as the most successful Erzberg rider of all time. You and Taddy on 5. Is it on the cards? Are you going to keep coming back? Can you do it?
I'll keep coming back, but, you know, them guys, they're up in the level every year, but, you know, it wasn't, I can do better, but whether it's, got another win, I don't know.
It might not get any easier, but I'm going to say that this is not this man's last rodeo. Back to you, Pat.
Thank you, Rob. And if he ever wants to jump back in the booth, we'll gladly take him. One of my highlights for sure, able to commentate with Graham Jarvis, but definitely prefer to see him right here in the saddle, still putting down some solid, stellar performances from Graham Jarvis. What a legend. And back on course, 3:35 on the clock. And the struggle continues for so many of our competitors. Carl's dinner still serving it up.
Carl's dinner's hungry right now, and it's eating those riders up. Carl's dinner is the most brutal that I've ever seen it. So I think if you just manage to get this far or get out of Carl's dinner, then you've really done well. But we 3 hours 35 in.
I do love how Graham was very honest. You know, I actually was enjoying the queue.
Yeah, yeah.
I could rest and not look like I was resting.
I saw how patient he was there. He wasn't like aggressively trying to smash his way past. He was quite happy to just chill there. And these guys are not going to finish. We know that. Long way to go. They've still got Motorex Highway and the Forest Dynamite and Lazy Noon to go. So it's just to see how far they can get down the checkpoint.
You see riders able to assist, help each other. This is the deceiving part. Maybe you can put it into words, you know, when you do get caught in these holes.
Yeah, so like he's wedged now, the swing arm is wedged between two rocks, and he's really struggling to get it out, so you need to physically pick that bike up. Two guys can pick it up and put it down. This chap is old Oscar Kazmarzyk from Poland. I actually saw him at the start of the prologue the other morning. And he was the last guy to start on the front row. I almost got the name right, Pat.
I won't hold you to it. That's slow.
Everybody in Poland is thinking, like, what did he just say?
Yeah. That slow, tedious, technical approach.
There we go. That's the the wedge I'm telling you about.
And you can see just shaking it off.
That bike's probably jammed on the right-hand side. I think he's just given up. He's just like... And the other one, the subframe's broken there. See, the bike's obviously cartwheeled, so he won't be able to continue with that bike. The guys picking their way through, but I think some of them will just be in absolute shock at the brutality of this. I mean, the holes in between, the fact that people weren't able to pack rocks.
Well, the legend of Carl's dinner clearly continues. It's, you know, it's establishing itself as that equalizer for so many of these competitors right now. It's just wanting to get to the other side of it before that four-hour mark.
And you see how they've bunted it off. So in the past, it was like a straight line all the way along the top and back, and now they've had to zigzag it all the way. That's Will Reardon. Been looking for him. He's an Australian. At number 2, he's next. And that is Colton Haker. We've been looking for him too.
Yeah, Colton qualifying one of the fastest, I believe was the fastest on the American side out of prologues.
That's Will in picture now, so he's also been racing a lot in the US. Super talented youngster. And he just won the opening round of the Australian Super Enduro Championship, and he races in the US in the GNCC AMA Hard Enduro Series.
So you were anticipating here in Motor X Highway that this was going to get a little greased out, but definitely looks like it's holding. You didn't get maybe as much moisture being deep in the woods.
Exactly. I think a bit of a line has formed. There's two things. If there's an off camber, then it can wash away and be almost impossible to ride. But if the guys manage to carve a groove in it, then it becomes easier to ride. So it looks pretty good right now.
So deceptively challenging.
It's Fabien Perrault from France.
And such a global showcase of hard enduro riders from around the world. We have so many countries represented. France, Spain, Poland, South Africa, Austria, Italy, Germany, United States of America, Canada. Safe to say, pretty popular, Daryl.
Yeah, it's a truly international race, Pat. I think there's guys from all over the world. Every continent are represented here.
I believe, and if we got to go back to Cyril Dupree, a French winner of Erzbergrodeo. Where's that next coming?
Yeah, so Cyril Dupree won the race in 2002 and 2003. And I don't think we've had another French winner since. We're just waiting.
Waiting for the next
We'll have to wait for Fabian to give it another go next year.
Sorry?
There's Dieter Rudolph. Also attempted Erzberg many times. And it looks like he's almost out of Motor X Highway, and he's in the last section now, going up towards Killing.
Getting up close and personal, some gritty coverage right there.
And I think, like Tristan Hart said earlier, there's a lot of matches that have been burnt, and I think there are not many matches left. Not much fuel left in the tank by this stage of the race.
Nee, wir sind gerade vorbei. Hab alles in der EVS.
Good job, up and out. This is that off camber now after Killing Leap. Sorry, this is
wow.
Udo Playground.
So Hirscher, I think surprising a lot of fans out there. Udo's Playground. After so the exit zone out of Playground, like he said, that off camber traverse.
Yeah, he's doing really well to get that far already.
So taking a look. So for Hirscher, just under the 55% complete mark on course with about 15 minutes to go. And I believe it should be his strongest finish based on where he was last year. And approaching the snow here. Yeah. So 89th last year. So Hirscher, no stranger to snow. Very fast on two skis, but when it comes to two wheels, whole different story here. Yeah. So
no stranger to snow. Let's see how he does here, Pat.
Gonna opt for dirt where he can.
I want to see if the ski technique that he uses to get down here. That's what I want to see.
Two-time gold medalist, yeah.
From somebody that loves snow so much, he's making a pretty good job of avoiding it. Into the snow.
Marcel Hirscher tapping into a little downhill approach. You can see a little super G.
Oh, and he's gone down.
It's a little loose on the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit different without skis, though. I have to be honest. Motorbike and rubber on snow doesn't quite behave the same.
Just a tour de force when it comes to all things skiing. Great to see his passion. A zealot when it comes to enduro.
He actually is really impressing me. He did that really well. Well, he's clearly not scared.
Yeah.
Back into the dinner. Carnage ensues. I could just see a whole lot of suffering here. And a lot of these guys that are so far into Carl's dinner, when time runs out, they're still going to get back out. And it's not like you can just hop on the road from here. We've got 16 minutes left. And there's 5 possible riders. I don't think we're going to see 20 finishes here today, Pat.
Not a chance. In terms of the rest of the pack and how many we've seen come through MotorX Highway, but it just speaks to the challenge of Erzberg. Year after year, just humbles and decimates.
Yeah. Is it Kevin Gallas? No, that's Christoph Wiehofer. He's also one of our juniors, Austrian rider, competing in the junior championship. And I think in the finish next, we're going to expect probably Sonny Gaugier, maybe Alzawi, Jack Price, Dan Peace, Mitch Brightmore. So those are the next guys we can hopefully get to the finish line, but it's going to be tight. 15 minutes left.
And our trouble too, still stuck, wedged in.
So that line looks pretty blocked up there. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. As you can see, the Husky on the left there, obviously taking some serious damage there with a broken subframe.
Yeah. So a few Austrians, Marcel Hirscher, one of them, still in the hunt looking for the finish, but the most successful Austrian rider of the day, no surprise, Michael Wagner, 25-year-old, came 6th in the FIM 2022 season. And Wagner was in that top 10 contention for that first half of the race, and then things started to separate. But a big finish for Michael Wagner. And right now, let's hear from Michael Wagner, who's with Rob.
Here he is. So congratulations, another top 10 finish. How was that for you today, Michael?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a tough day. I started quite good, so I had a good start. Was quite in the leading group, but then in the forest after I think checkpoint 5 or 6, I did a big mistake. I lost my front wheel and went down one big step, and I nearly couldn't make it up again. So was struggling quite a lot. I saw all the guys passing me, and I was losing so much time, and also I was also quite exhausted. So it was so hard for me to go back on the bike and find a good rhythm again. And then I caught up rider by rider again, and now I'm more than happy to be in the finish and to be with the 7th place. Yeah.
Well, yeah, an incredible result for you and an incredible result for Austria as well. I mean, what does this mean to the country to see? You know, Austria isn't really known for motorcycle trials or hard enduro until now, but is it starting to take shape here?
Yeah, for sure it means quite a lot for our sport, because this is the biggest event in the world, and everybody comes here from America, from all the countries. They come here because they want to race here, because it's the biggest and hardest race in the world, and I am really happy that we have it in Austria. And yeah, as an Austrian rider, all the crowd is crying to you and knowing you, so it's so cool, and I'm so stoked to be here.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. There is no location like this. The Erzbergrodeo, the Iron Giant, it all fits. And of course, you're not the only well-known Austrian in the race today. You know Marcel Hirscher well. He's a 2-time Olympic gold medalist in alpine skiing, 8 times a World Cup winner. I've got to ask you, why on earth is he now addicted to the Erzbergrodeo? What's he doing here? He could be in a ski resort. What's up with him?
Yeah, this guy is crazy. So he loves this sport, and he was also doing some training with me. And and he says that he likes the sport. He wants to go to Red Bull Erzbergrodeo, and that's crazy that a legend like Marcel Hirscher is joining our sport. So that's so cool, and I'm really looking forward to see him again. And yeah, let's see which checkpoint he will achieve.
Yeah, it's incredible to see him here. Apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger's having a go next year. Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Pat.
Thank you, Rob. So incredible to hear. You know, he definitely picks up on that hometown, that Austrian push. There is a definite difference when you enter the arena and you feel that Austrian love.
And Pat, I think Sonny Goggia has just made it into the arena now. So hopefully we're going to get a shot of him there standing under the Red Bull arch on the finish line in the arena.
And just under 10 minutes left to go with the 4 hours of allotted time.
Diogo Vieira there.
So
our Portuguese rider on the gas.
A few established, sponsored pro riders still in the hunt to finish, but the real story of any Red Bull Erzbergrodeo is the passion, the amateurs slogging it out even farther back on course.
Kevin Gallas there. Looks like the matches are burnt. Gone so far. He's just got Killing Leap. But in 10 minutes, yeah, it's a stretch too far. He's not going to make the finish line.
Yeah, but still realizing, smiles and all, little grimace thrown in for good measure. At this point, just about 4 hours on your bike in the most challenging conditions one can muster up. So we made mention of it. Pros aside, as we watch the rest of the field work their way through, this event so much about the amateurs. We were lucky enough to catch up with some of them earlier.
I'm from Mongolia. My name is Turbat. In Mongolia, motorsport not big sport, but I'm interested in hard enduro and enduros, and this is my first hard enduro world championship race, and it's really exciting.
My name is Ryan Ichidea. I'm from Japan. こちらのコースの方がより長くハードで having a positive happiness. Here it's so different to Brazil. The mountains, the terrain is different.
So we came to the Iron Giant Erzbergrodeo to try and conquer it. So I'm here to do that. I got to the end of Karlsdana last year, and hopefully we try to get to the finish.
I'm here because it's the biggest hard enduro in the world. These huge mountains, we don't really get too many of them in Australia. I've never really ridden into mine. The goal was to finish. Normally there's not many people that finish, so the goal is to be the first Australian to finish.
Yeah, I tried to go to the first row, not possible, but I am going the second row. I am finished the race, it's possible, I hope, so that's right.
To finish this race is a biggest goal for me, and I just wanted to try into good position. It's really big experience for me.
So many of the amateurs, rising stars. We talk about Reardon, Brightmore, so hopeful what the future holds, and down to the last, just over 6 minutes to go before.
Pat, we've got 14 finishes so far. We've got Sonia Goggia's gone in, we've got Dominic Olzawi, and we've got Jack Price all in the arena at the moment. So it'll be great to switch back to the arena just now and see them at the finish line. But right now, I mean, the suffering continues.
It doesn't stop. Relentless.
5 minutes left on the clock, a little over 5 minutes. How many are going to make the finish? We're at 14 at the moment. And that's always the sad part, when you're watching that clock count down and you've got like a minute to go and you see somebody coming down the sand road.
Well, I think
matches are burnt.
This image says Erzbergrodeo all over it. Still trying.
Valentin Rehl from Germany. He's thrown in the towel. He's done. No more matches left, Pat.
So Olzawi, Dominic Olzawi, finishing his day 13th place here at Red Bull Erzbergrodeo. And the elite few.
It's a good mix, you know, you got 1,500 starters, you got 500 qualifiers, and you've got less than 20 finishes year after year. The hardest one-day race in the world. It's lived up to its name once again. All right,
you just
back to Motorex Highway.
You just jump back into the woods, and you're reminded, oh, there's pain still being dealt out here.
That's Vaclav Nedlev from the Czech Republic. Will Riordan. He's in that last forest section, but in 4 minutes he's not going to make it to the finish, but a super great effort. Looks like Mario Roman. No, it's not.
So Carl handing out the coveted checker flag.
That's Dan Peace. I mixed up my shirkos once again.
Oh, good.
Caught me out twice today. Not paying attention.
Yeah, second finisher from row number 2. So a huge Herculean effort on his part. Can join the ranks of Graham Jarvis. And there's honor in that. The fact that you left the second row along the likes of Graham Jarvis and made it to the finish line under that 4-hour mark.
Yeah, guaranteed will be back to tackle Iron Giant again. But a great effort from him here. I mean, almost making it out. But sadly, not going to make the finish. He's still got just too far to go.
And this is where
the face says it all.
The facial expressions at this point, they become so much more communicative, and they tell a story of just pain, conquest, defeat, agony, all the above wrapped into one.
And you know, you don't have a clock or a watch on you normally, so the only way that you'll know that you're out is if you get to a checkpoint and it's closed. And they're simply not going to scan you, and then.
So Jack Price, 14th.
Wow, that's incredible.
Having a well-deserved Austrian beer. Good on you, Jack.
Okay, this is going to be our last finisher now with literally less than 2 minutes on the clock.
That last 27th checkpoint.
Mitch Brightmore.
Brightmore, so much excitement and hype about this young rider. One of the rising stars. Brightmore gives it one last rev. Mitch Brightmore finishing just under 3 hours, 59 minutes. Tears of joy.
Well, Paul Bolton told me about Mitch Brightmore and his brother Ash. He says they are a talent to be reckoned with, and they are going to be the next Billy Bolt in the scene.
And notable mention to the third rider from the second row, Mitch Brightmore. We got one last rider in the last minute of our 4-hour race. The other way, getting a little. No.
That's got to be our last finisher.
And there's Will Hoare.
What a great effort. Will Hoare, of course, he missed the checkpoint last year by a couple of minutes, and this year he can proudly hold his head up high and say, I've conquered the Iron Giant.
With 30 seconds to spare, and the 9-second count will wait.
5 seconds to go. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and it's over. Waiting for the horns to sound.
Tut sie aber noch nichts. Da ist sie. Das war's. Das war.
Yeah, the horn patch is shaking our commentary booth.
The ominous blast. Yeah.